Just another day. Oh, the fucking. I have to get the AC in my bed. Let me get that for you. No AC in this household. We're streaming. No AC. Must be hot in here, or else it's not a fucking dustmite stream. No AC. No AC for me. No AC for you. All those all point lights, they are. This is just like a 2 iteration light map while I was playing with things, but I implemented clusters, so that's why I was limit testing with the point lights. But yeah. The clusters, I don't know if it's actually working. I'm just going to assume that it's working because I don't really know how to test it other than, I mean, I had this, I made this thing that just shows the clusters. And so when you get close to the ground, you can see the Z slices. So I think it's working because before, when I was trying to get it working, there was no lights. And then there was lights. And so I'm just going to assume that it's working. So I did just copy the code off of this guy's GitHub though. So it just, the most I had to do is figure out that my matrices were negative Z forward, right? So my engine is Z up, but my view matrices are negative Z forward. So there you go. Anyway, all the dots are that's just the big light map. I was playing around with denoising and trying to get it to not be weird, but yeah, this is just 2 iterations. So I sent Anna the screenshots. I didn't send anyone else the screenshots, but I baked for like 30 minutes with all of these lights, and I got it looking okay, but it was still noisy. So yeah, baking something this big takes forever with the correct texel density. It takes forever. So that is just the way it goes. I think that there's no way around it actually. Just with something that has this much surface area. If you have a texel density like this, then it's just gonna take fucking forever. So I don't think I should worry about it really. I mean, the scale of the model is so massive that it's like, it's whatever to me. Okay, so I'm gonna do point light shadows today. I looked it up, and you know, all I can see is that it's expensive, right? And we don't like things that are expensive here. So I don't really know what I'm gonna do. But apparently, I mean, it's just a cube map, right? So it's not that bad, but I think, I don't know how we're gonna do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to set up an abstraction, right, that just takes in a view matrix. And I mean, we already have it that frustum calls against the view matrix, right? But we need to do this per light, right? Per face of a cube map. We need to frustum call everything per face of the cube map, right? So that's the thing. That's the optimization, right? It's that you have all the faces, and then you frustum call against each view matrix as you render it. That's the thing. And then you also take the sphere bounding box and then call against that in the first place. So it's like multiple things, right? So you start off with a light, you have your lights, and then you I guess, traverse the scene BVH using that sphere, and then you collect everything that's within the radius. Don't know how I'm going to do that. I haven't done a sphere inside AABB for the BVH traversal, so I'm going to have to do that. That shouldn't be that bad. And then once you have collected all of those meshes, then you test them against each frustum as you render. And then you basically just put it into a cube map array, and then that's what you send. And then what I'm going to guess is that per instance, in the instance buffer, you just have the same way I was doing the light culling before, is that you just have the shadows per the light. Yeah, actually I don't know how I'm going to do that. How I'm going to actually get it to the pixel. Don't know how I'm going to do that. I'm going to assume that we just use the light index on the cluster, right? So we just basically have layers in the cube map array for each light, and each light in the cube map array gets the same index. And so for a point light, with like light 3 in the cluster, you're just gonna take the value from the shadow map when you're doing this, right? And then this won't be light. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, is that in the cube map array they have the same indices as the lights themselves. Apparently you can run out of VRAM doing it this way, because let's say you have inside of like a giant massive scene level or whatever, you have like 100 something lights, and now you have 100 layers in your fucking cube map array. For my use case, at least right now, I don't think I'm gonna hit a limit there that crazy. So I think I'm just gonna do it that way, and then like later, if we need to optimize it, I can come up with a way to match the indices to resolve them later. You know what I mean? We can have like light 1, light 20 now points to light 0 in the cube map array. Like that's fine. That's fine to implement later, but for now I'm just going to have them 1-to-1, I think. So I think that's what I'm going to do, which is fine. I did say, I wrote some notes at the beginning of today that all of our in progress stuff, I had this, inject velocity based on footsteps and scale drop depth with speed, moving average for acceleration over time. I don't know if you probably didn't see it, but we kind of have this problem with the camera roll, right? Where if we go to the left or go to the right, we kind of have this like tilting thing going on. The reason why that is it's not actually like a hard coded thing. It's that our camera roll, as you can see, like if I move forward and then I start moving left and right, there is some roll that happens when I turn, which is the whole point of the effect, right? It's our, the direction that we're accelerating in, dotted with the right vector, is how we determine the roll, right? And so obviously, if everything is aligned with the right vector, then you're gonna have some jankiness, right? So the solution to this is to compute a moving average for the velocity. I think that's what I'm gonna do, just so that it's less jerky. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, that shouldn't be that hard to do. what I would need to do is I'm just going to store it on the physics component. It's always annoying to go to physics component. So just store it on the physics component. We have vel and old vel. I hate to add on to here, but we're just going to call this. I hate to call it acceleration because whatever. We'll just call it acceleration. And so I'm just going to compute a moving average for the velocity each frame. I think I'll do it for each physics component because why not? That just kind of makes sense to me. So that's fine. At the beginning of our physics component update, where we get the old vel and this, I also skip if player PC. I don't really want to do that anymore. Yeah, we can do it for both. It's fine. They should stay separate. So we get the vel. We change the vel. The tricky thing is that we don't actually verify that velocity. Oh no, we do verify the velocity. Oh no, the velocity does change because of the impulse resolution. So then let's just do it at the very end after we validate the position. Now we have our final velocity. And so I'm just going to do it. I need a constant. We can do a define for this constant for the beta. I think that's what I'm going to do. Excel beta. Now what's a good beta? I'm just going to do 0.02f. That's kind of done me right in the past. One minus the Excel beta. I'll just write it out in pseudocode first because I need to think about it. And then do I do the acceleration for the frame or do I just do the raw velocity? That's a good question. I think if I do the acceleration for the frame, then it's just going to be so slow, no? We could do it both ways and try. Is it old minus new or new minus old? I think it's new minus old. Old vel. Yeah. And let's just do the scale and let's do the add. Why is this mad at me? Can I ask a question? What is your job? Since you stream for a whole day, I don't have a job. Hey, what's up, Bella? I was here yesterday. It was quite a painful stream. No, the day before yesterday was a painful stream. Because I was looking for this bug for a very long time. And we were testing everything. And it turns out that I had forgotten to attach a depth buffer to my cube map array frame buffer. And that was the bug. And it took us so long because there was just these weird artifacts. And we couldn't figure out where they were coming from. And Yeah, that was that was painful. I hope that you had a good day. A good day at work. Why is this? Why is this I'm missing a. How the fuck did I mess this up? What? I'm confused. This isn't extraneous. Oh, this is extraneous. My bad. Am I fucking blind? Oh my god. Oh man, what the fuck is wrong with me? What's up? It is what it is. I was so confused because it was giving me an error here, but the error was here. What was that about? Okay, right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to compute a moving average for the acceleration over different frames so that it's less herky jerky. I need to do this for the player though, and so I need to do this where the player does the velocity stuff. You know, where the player does the velocity stuff. So this current acceleration, right? This goes over dt. Maybe I should do that as well. Whatever. We're just gonna do this. How are GPU prices these days? We don't talk about it. I want to get a 3070. Oh, you got it. You got it working. Oh, you got the yeah. Yeah, you got to get it. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. That is not bad. One day I'll get a card. Okay. So does that just work or not? It feels bad. Should be cheaper. Yeah. It's not as bad now. You should earn a lot more. Yeah, I don't understand how. Like I don't even have Steam on this computer, but every time, like every like year or so, when I want to like play a video game or whatever, and I re-download Steam and I see all my old friends and stuff, like how are they playing video games? Like what jobs do they have where they're just able to like have a computer? Like I legitimately, like I see people playing new video games. Like it's just crazy to me. That's just crazy to me. It's just bizarre. Oh shit, we're in the roof. I don't know how they do it. I mean, it's better. I don't think that we're gonna get rid of it entirely. We could try integrating it over DT. I doubt that that's gonna make any difference. It's just gonna make it slower. Oh. Okay. No, yeah, that does make a modicum of sense, yeah. That does make a modicum of sense, yeah. Now it just gets rid of it completely. Okay, I'm done playing with this, whatever. Whatever. We can change the acceleration beta and maybe that'll help a little bit. But I mean, this is already like incredibly small. That beta is just incredibly small for the moving average. That's already like a lot of frames. So I'll have to think of another solution, I don't know. I'll have to think of another solution. I also tried to add a sprint button, but it didn't really work, and so I kind of want to work on that right now. Just adding a sprint button might be nice, but it's kind of sketchy. I don't want to just like I don't want to just like have it so that you just like press it and then you just naturally just go faster. So I have to think about it. The tricky thing is this. So you just like change the acceleration and then you sprint. So that's basically it. So we can just have this acceleration be here and then just change it if we're sprinting. You might want to lerp it, but I don't really. Good afternoon. I mean, good morning for me. Yes, what's up, Luke? It's good to see you. It is good to see you. I'm just gonna go to input and then just give us a shift button because shift is the only key for sprinting in video games. You know, I don't really understand. You know what I don't understand is what. Use of undeclared identifier SDL scan code shift. Left shift. Okay, there we go. You know what I don't understand in video games is when they don't have it on shift. Like, what is this Minecraft shit where it's on control? Is that crazy? Or like, am I crazy? Or is that just like the weirdest thing ever? Why would they do that? I don't understand. That just makes no sense to me. And the stars in the sky, they don't mean nothing. For shift, you think that we're conditioned? You think that it's really just a society? Is that what it is? I think that it's just good for it to be on shift. You need a quick button, you know what I mean? Okay, we didn't. We are sprinting. That is true. Like we need a we need to stop. Obviously. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Anyway, I tried to do this earlier and then I realized that now we aren't bobbing because the drop just doesn't go in time when you're sprinting. And so when we're sprinting, we need to have the drop be more intense. So I think that I'm literally just going to multiply the drop by the length of our velocity or something like that. But I have to express it mathematically and not stupid. So that's the difficult part. Are you a control the crouch or a C to crouch? Control the crouch. So this is the thing. If it's a game where you press it once and you don't have to hold it, then C is absolutely acceptable, right? But if you have to hold it, that's a crime. That's a crime to have it on C. Because your fingers now have to go off D. That's just cursed. Okay, so the velen times some magic number, right? Yeah, I think so. You might just be able to... Let's just try it. Let's just try it raw, and then we'll see. Hold right click to ADS or ADS toggle. I'm too old to know what ADS is. Is that aim assist? Oh, you're talking about scoping. I like to hold it. Actually, yeah, I have a strong opinion on that. I hate the clicking thing and not holding. That's like awful. Yeah, this is not enough. Okay, squaring it is a good idea, except I think that it's going to be way too much. Is it just me or is this doing nothing? There's no way that we're cubing it. Aim down sight, got it, yeah. The mouse for movement only? Yeah. Yeah, that's hard. That is hard. I feel like the hardest controls for me are like some of those old like games that you would play on DOS. Like playing Blood on DOS was like the hardest gaming experience of my entire life. Like by far. Like seriously, if you want to like, if you think that you're a gamer, then go play Blood on DOS with the original controls. And tell me how it feels, you know? I mean, like, this isn't doing anything. I guess it's because the drop is basically a moving average, because you set the target and then the target goes up in the same frame, or not the same frame, but yeah, this, it's because our footsteps are so fast that we're not actually dropping. And now we're really bouncy. Yeah, I guess that this isn't the solution. That, well, I mean, I don't know what the solution is, to be honest. Other than actually injecting velocity when we hit the floor, when a leg hits the floor, which we can technically do. We can technically do that. Yeah, Quake is awesome. Quake is really awesome. We're just gonna do it like this. And the stars and the sun. I don't know. Talk about it. Okay. So now we'll just say if left hit floor or right hit floor, then what we'll just do is quite literally just go s pelvis dot velocity dot z minus some value, just to see if that yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I don't really know. I mean, it's just so janky to do it like this, but I'm just gonna do if and sprinting and then see if we can just like pump it up. Because, I mean, why not? Okay, I should really be working on more important things. Yeah, now it just puts you into the ground. It doesn't actually it just pushes you into the ground. It doesn't actually do anything, like because then it doesn't make you come off of the floor. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do the point light shadows now. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. It is also possible that this sprinting speed might just be literally too fast. I think that's also probably a part of it. So yeah, I think that the sprinting speed is just simply too fast. Okay, I'm gonna do point light shadows because that's what I said that I was gonna do today. We did try all of these things, and almost all of them didn't work. So oh well. Okay, so you see this light bleeding here. So this light over here is not supposed to be shining over here. So the same with this green light. Well, that's what point light shadows are supposed to solve, and so that's what we're gonna do now. The first step towards doing this is making the cube map array for it. And for now, what I'm going to do is I will make it. I think the way to make it is probably immutable storage. I'm a big immutable storage guy now. I've really changed my tune on the immutable storage. So pretty much everything I make is immutable. Nowadays. So point light shadows cube map array. That's what we're calling it. All of my cube map arrays should be prefixed with CMA, actually. I'm kind of now realizing, and so that kind of sucks that I just came up with that, but and by prefix, yeah, I do mean over here, but it's kind of too late to go for that naming convention now. Okay, so let's make it. Let us make it. I'm gonna make it very similarly to my rprobe stuff, I think. We can also get rid of some of this stuff. There's some of this stuff that just isn't used. Anyway. Right, so it's basically, it is a shadow map, so we should just like copy from where the shadow map is, actually. It's just going to be this, but a cube map array. What did I just call this? Point light shadows? CMA? Okay. Okay, so we have to define a size. I think what I'm going to do is really low to start off with, so and we're just going to call it 128. It's just going to be 128 by 128. That's just for performance reasons what we have to do. And I think I'm going to do depth component 16 for these. And the border color will be the same, I think. Because it's just another thing. What we do have to do is we're going to do GL text storage 3D with it, just like we do our other cube map array. Or can you do that with a depth component? I think you can. Let me look that up because I'm kind of worried now that I'm gonna fuck it up. Depth component text storage 3D question mark. Immutable storage, yeah. Okay. So you can do it. Yeah. So you can do it. It's just, you just have to use GL depth component 16. I've never done this before, obviously, so it's brand new to me. And then the depth we will go for, we just want to allocate a big enough thing at once so that we don't have to reallocate it later. And so I'm just going to set a define here for if I do it to max lights, then that's going to be way too many fucking cube maps. For now, for VRAM purposes, let's keep it to 16. Anything past that will be a lot of memory. So I think I'm just going to do 16. Okay, and layers, so each cube map is 6 layers. So that's going to be 6 times max point light shadow CMA. Okay. And I don't know, so do you mip map? That's a good question. Do you mip map? Do you mip map point light shadows? Not typically mip mapped. Okay. Okay. So we'll just go to 1 level then. We will just do 1 level then. And so all of this becomes this, and we need an FBO for it. Okay. I don't wanna talk about it. Okay. So what am I missing here? Level and layer. Okay. So the layer is going to be layer 0 that we will attach first. And we'll put it on point light shadows FBO. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Okay, so now we have set up what we need to set up for the thing. Okay. Now comes the hard part. So we already do this with our shadow map where we do this thing where we cull against the frustum, determine mesh visibility for this. We upload lights, determine light visibility per mesh. That's kind of an old thing because now we have the clusters, but that's neither here nor there. We should also, I should also cache these and also make the cluster data immutable storage. I didn't do it and I don't have it triple buffered, so yeah, but technically should be fine since it's only written to on the GPU anyway, but whatever. Oh yeah, we don't upload it from the CPU, so yeah, it's fine. Actually, that was something that made me really happy yesterday when I was implementing it, was that for the first time, or not the first time, but for the first time in a while, I had the ability to, for all of the SSBOs, just put it to 0 for the flags, which is just like, I know that no one here understands why that's such an amazing weight off of my chest, but yeah, that's fucking really cool that you can just do that and then you just have the fastest code in the universe. So okay, so create and sort draw commands, upload instance data, right? That's kind of the tricky part. That is kind of the tricky part. I don't wanna talk about it. Oh, it's difficult. It is difficult. It is difficult. It is difficult. Yeah, I actually, yeah, this is going to be hard because the way the instance buffer works right now, right, is that when we draw, we upload instance data into the raw pointer for it, and then draw it. Now it's making me want to do this stuff on the GPU so that I don't have to. Yeah, but it's hard. It's hard. It's just so much VRAM. Am I from the tribe? What does that mean? It's just so much VRAM. If I have every single point light have its own what does that emoji mean? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you saying? What? The fuck are you talking about? What? Why am I so confused? Why are you so weird? What? The fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, what? That's so weird. Yeah, I can't have everything have its own instance VBO. So I'm wondering if I just don't instance it then. Hmm. Let me look up if people instance point light shadows. Hmm. I guess what you do is you cull per face, you cull for the radius, and then you cull per face, and then you upload all of them as instances. And then you only execute the draw commands per face. That are necessary. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit confused at what and how I'm supposed to implement this. I mean, I understand it on paper, right? Like, it would be very simple to just write something that just renders a cube map. What's tricky is that I have an instancing system for meshes based on, culling them, right? That you're going to want for a point light, right? Like, say you have a point light and you have all of the faces. You want to cull each face separately. But then the question is, how do you handle the draw calls for that? It's difficult. It's definitely difficult. I think you need a separate system than this. You know what I'm talking about? It's um it's hard to explain. Okay. The vertex shader looks up the true object transform using global buffer, visible indices, instance ID plus offset. So similar to what I'm doing with the clusters, except we put it in an SSBO. So basically we have to put it in an SSBO rather than having it as a vertex attribute. Basically what I'm talking about is, it's hard to explain. So basically, let's say we have a chair and we want to draw the chair and we have all the triangles for the chair, but it's also next to a wall and it's next to this air conditioner and it's next to all this other shit, you know what I mean? But we only want to draw what's inside of our camera, right? And so we basically, during each frame, we discard what is outside of the camera, right? Because we don't want to draw it. And then we put all of the things that we do want to draw into a buffer. All of the transform matrices, all of the data that we need to draw it into a buffer, right? And then we call instance-based instance to draw that stuff. So the tricky thing is, what happens when you have to do a lot of those per frame, right? Like, you don't want to keep uploading to the same instance buffer, you know, because now we have all of these different cameras, right? Because it's a point light and it's got 6 faces, right? So what if you have to do like 4 or 5 of these in a frame, right? Now you're moving so much data around and it's so slow because you're having to upload all of the matrices for everything again and again and again, right? So what I'm trying to figure out is a way where I can just upload everything once and then index it on the GPU. And I think the only solution is actually an SSBO. I like to avoid giant SSBOs. Reason being, they're slow on my hardware. I think that there's no way around it though. So what happened here? I don't know. Just weird. Yeah. So C, not C++. Yeah, C. So I think an SSBO is the way. I just looked it up. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's just the way to do it. I don't know if there is a way to do it with an instance VBO. I don't think that there is. You gotta do laundry? Yeah, that is sucky. Doing so creates massive performance and memory bottlenecks. At least the AI overview is telling me that. I mean, that just makes sense to me. So I think it's just I have to do it on the GPU. So I like to avoid it because it's bad on my hardware, having giant SSBOs getting uploaded every frame. But yeah. I think it is what we have to do, which sucks. Can we use C# in OpenGL? I'm not sure. Possibly. I've never I personally have not really come across C# code in OpenGL though. I think that the only way to really do this, if I want to do this, is to switch to the SSBO approach, which is difficult. But yeah. If it's the way to do it, then we have to do it. So that is what it is. I guess we have to do it. Our mesh SSBO has a lot of data inside of it. A lot more than I would want to upload every frame. And so I'm thinking we just have another SSBO that is just for the mesh node transforms. It sucks because we're kind of running out of space on SSBOs, to be honest, but yeah, I'm fairly sure that it is possible. I don't know how, what the bindings would be like. Okay. We'll just call it the mesh node SSBO, and it will just have the model matrices, just so that it can be super slim, so that we can continually update it as fast as possible, because that's going to be necessary for what we are going to need to do. Oh, this is going to be difficult. This is going to be really difficult. Okay. We are going to yeah, I'm fairly sure that somebody must have done that at some point. I'm kind of going into this blind, and so I don't really know what I'm signing myself up for here. But I don't really know what I'm signing myself up for. Maybe I should look up the pattern for this. I'm gonna need to figure out how to dispatch, because I don't want to dispatch. I could dispatch once. No, you just dispatch all the lights at once, I think. You just dispatch all the lights at once. I think I might need another SSBO though. And I'm literally out of space for SSBOs. We're at the limit. We are at the limit, which sucks. I don't know if this is getting used for anything. The mesh light SSBO isn't being used for anything either, I think. It might actually be light indices. I guess it is still. Yeah, I guess it is. And then the light map data has the UVs. Technically, we only use these for the light map baking, okay? So technically we could just unbind these when we're rendering the scene and then rebind them when we bake, which is kind of gross, but it's realistically the only way I know how to know to do it. Because we're out of binding locations. But I think that we will need an SSBO with the global indices for each draw call. Probably. I don't know how it's going to work out. We can just upload all of the mat4s each frame. I think that that's technically fine. It shouldn't be that bad, although it kind of will probably suck. You just do it on dirty, right? Just like upload all the static ones once and then just upload the dynamic ones after when they move. And then perform the culling on the GPU. I think to pass to the GPU, what we need to pass, we basically do a dispatch and give it all of the frustums at once, and then do one dispatch for all of the frustums that it needs to cull against. And then draw those. Hey, what's up, Anna? I'm in hell. I implemented clustering and that was fun. But now I'm in hell with the point light shadows. I'm literally in hell. What I'm realizing is that I have to change my entire pipeline to do this, which is stupid. Basically with the point light shadows, I need a cull to the frustum of each face of a point light, right? And my current way of instancing in a VBO, I would have to upload all of the matrices per draw call, right? Which would be an insane amount of VRAM. And so now the most efficient way is to actually have an SSBO approach. And so I literally have to change everything. So you finished your Raycaster. Nice. Nice. I'm happy that you got it, man. That's awesome. That is awesome. Anyway, it's gonna... You have 12 SSBOs. So the reason why I have so many SSBOs is because of all of these are the light map ones, are the light map baking ones. So what I'm literally going to do is I'm just going to reuse the binding locations and then only bind these when it's necessary. I think that that's the only way to do it. Which sucks to have to do that. I hate it. But I think that that's the only way. Because we're at the limit. Thanks to the fucking skin joint bullshit and the clusters. What I'm going to call the cluster fuck. The clusters fuck. So we need to get this out of here. And only have it during the light map bake. So to do that, we're only going to bind it during the light map bake, and then we'll rebind the other stuff. I don't know if you have to bind buffer for it. I think that you just bind buffer base. You just rewrite the low dev tutorial. I mean, everybody does. I don't, you know, don't don't feel bad that you know what I just did with my clusters? I literally took it from somebody's GitHub. I'm not going to rewrite the whole goddamn cluster. Like, that's just pretty natural. Like, yeah, you can play around with stuff now. That's like the cool thing, is now that you have the logic down, you can do the rest of it. Like, how do you add lighting to that? That's what I did, right? Is that I literally added lighting to my raycaster by raycasting rays of light, which, you know, that was my kind of iteration on it. I know you can only have 16. That's why I'm going to go over these. I'm going to bind it at 4. That's what I'm doing right now. Like I said, I'm going to only bind these when I create the light map, and then over here I'm just gonna rebind what I need to do. Yeah, it sucks that you can only have 16, but that is what it is. So we'll just bind it at 4, and I think we're gonna call this one we're gonna call this one global instance SSBO, and then each frustum will have an offset into there that it reads from. Yeah, exactly. It may be possible that I don't need all of these SSBOs. I don't really know how to find a way around it, though. Like, why can't you have, instead of a global instance SSBO with all of the indices, why can't you have just one that just has the maximum amount of instances and then a count? Why does it need an offset? I looked this up, and it looked like you have to have a global SSBO, and then you index into it. Now you can just take a uniform and then instance into it, so it's fine. You just need this one. So let's do it. So global light indices SSBO. And this is just going to be uint32t times max mesh nodes. No, it's not times max mesh nodes. It's times... Also, you want to get a persistent pointer for this. We need a define for this. Today is going to be messy. Today is going to be really messy. So... max instances per frustum. We can do something big like 5. Oh, but how do you get the offsets back to the CPU to get the uniform? You kind of can't. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Jarvis, AI overview Jarvis, This is not gonna work. That is not gonna work. You're full of shit. Actually, you have no clue what you're fucking talking about. Unfortunately, you just have no clue what you're fucking talking about. It says that you can get a base index offset per frustum, but you're not going to be able to get that back from the GPU without a read back. So, I love it when AI is just wrong. Yeah, it doesn't really know how to think about that, I think. It just thinks, oh, you can just have a number there. That tells you, it doesn't actually have the capability of, like, knowing how do you get that number, how do you derive it. Unless there's something that I'm not thinking about, but I don't think that you can. I think that you literally have to have 2 SSBOs. And then one has the offsets per frustum that it writes. Or instead of one global buffer, you just have a struct that's per frustum, which is probably what you're supposed to do. Yeah. So instead of one global global indices, we instead make it a struct that has Gotta do 3 of them. Yeah, for clusters I have 3. For clusters I have 3. I just don't want to make another SSBO unless it's absolutely necessary for the point light shadows instancing. Reminds me of that guy that gets. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know exactly. I've seen that. I've seen that short. Yeah, that guy is fucking funny, dude. That guy is really fucking funny. I feel like AI is just good for that. Let it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really know. It doesn't know how to code. When I was implementing clusters yesterday, I was running into a problem and I asked for help. Like, how do I debug this? Like, what is going wrong? And it literally just sent me the same code that was on the GitHub that I was reading. Like, literally, word for word. It just plagiarizes. Like, that's all it does. But it did give me a good idea, which was to visualize the Z slices, and then I used that and I figured out the problem. So, shout out Jarvis. Yeah, I think that you have to do 2. And then it's similar to the clusters, right? Where each cluster has an offset and a count. Each frustum needs an offset and a count when you draw. But man, does it suck having another SSBO. But yeah. At least now you don't have to have max instances. Oh, you do. You do still have to have max instances per frustum. Because you need an offset of where to start so that you don't have to do atomics. Well, you can have this at a very high value, so you don't even have to worry about it. Because it's just indices at the end of the day. You're not actually doing these aren't actually the matrices. So you can have this as a very high value. So it's not that big of a deal, really. So global instance SSBO, and then we'll have the frustum SSBO, which is for each unique frustum that we render. We will have different instance offsets for each one of them to draw. Hold on. You are at 12. You're down to 2? Wow. Yeah. Mr. AI Overview is telling me to fucking do fucking indirect. Dude, I don't want to do indirect. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey baby, I love your knowledge in this world of AI. I love it. Thank you. Am I accumulating light? I have a offline path tracer, yeah. Right now I'm working on point light shadows, which is going to upend my entire pipeline. So that's cool. That is really cool. Okay, so we're gonna need a command buffer as well, I think, to do this. How do I know how many indirect to do though? How do I know how many indirect to do? Alright, it's just an offset into the buffer for each one. Okay. What hardware? A Surface Book 2. So then you don't even call this a Frustum SSBO. This is just the command buffer that you bind as an SSBO. Okay. If I do this, I think I'm officially giving up OpenGL 440 though. Because I think indirect is only 460, right? OpenGL indirect. Where is this it is No, it's 4.2. That's fine. I don't know if all of them are, but it should be fine. I'm on 460. Yeah, well, my Intel GPU does not go to 460, so . Yeah, yeah, this is gonna be hard. I'm sorry to the people that are here, but I really do need to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna be back in a second. All right. Okay. 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 So what is the struct for the indirect command again? Because I haven't set this up in a long time. It is count instance count first index base vertex and base instance. The problem with this is that I have GL draw arrays as well. So some meshes need to get drawn with GL draw arrays. And so we technically need two. Maybe. Hold on. Let me do a little bit of a Google. Okay. Count instance count first base instance. Okay, so I hate myself. I hate myself. Oh, this is gonna be hard. I have GL draw arrays and GL draw elements. GL draw elements happens for the physics objects. GL draw arrays happens for the static objects because of the lightmap UVs that need to be per vertex and not per element. So I'm gonna need two buffers, I think. One for arrays and one for elements. We're just gonna copy this into types. Yeah, I'm sorry for the people that are here because this is probably going to be like one of the painful streams, you know? It's not going to be the most fun that we're going to ever have, so sorry. I already have a definition of this. What? Where? Oh. I think I copy and pasted that at some point. Alright, well that's cool. When I was working on stuff, I probably just copy and pasted that at some point. So now I need the elements. And that has a first index and a base vertex. Okay. So now we need 2 buffers, 1 for both of them, and oh my god. This is really, really difficult. I don't know how my regular shadow maps are gonna behave with this and how my regular draw commands are gonna behave with this. Like, if I have 6 of them, no, you need to have a lot of them. You need to have a lot of them. I think you need to have this to max instances. Yeah, probably. And what is max instances? 256. Okay, we want to make this higher. I'm going to put it to 1024. Okay. Now, I don't know if it needs to be a shader storage buffer. I think you bind it as a shader storage buffer, but you also bind it as a GL draw indirect buffer. I think I'm just going to define it as an SSBO though. And then just bind it later. So that's what we'll do. Indirect elements command buffer. Okay. So now we're really getting up there with the amount of buffers that we have. We are really getting up there. Okay. So I don't even, do we need the global instance SSBO then? Because we're writing straight into the draw calls. We're writing straight into the draw calls. But I don't know if we can retrieve the offsets without... It's base instance, it's GL instance ID. Let's see what. GL base instance. Okay. So you can use GL base instance to get the right one. You still need you still do need a global instance SSBO that just has the which indices are visible. So you do need this actually. You do need it. This is going to be hard. Okay, so we are going to need a persistent mapping for this. So I'm just going to use the UBO flags. And then have it give me the pointer. Like this pointer. The good thing is that I'm not going to worry about triple buffering it right now. Just for simplicity's sake, because or else I'm gonna like lose my fucking mind. Okay. This pointer, we're gonna have to make a new pointer here for the mesh node SSBO pointer. Ooh. This is gonna be hard. Okay. So we need this mesh node SSBO pointer. We set that up. Okay. Now the first thing that we're going to need to do is we are going to need to bind buffer base at the end here, the global instance SSBO back to this. And this isn't going to go to max mesh nodes. This is going to go So if I cull against the frustum and then put all of the indices into this buffer, I'm going to need offsets and counts. Unless I make a struct that has like maxed instances inside of it. It's so overwhelming. This is so overwhelming. See, what I'm thinking is I can make a struct. I can make a struct to get around this. And then I could have like uint32t just visibility max instances, and then have on the top here count, just a count for the amount that we have visibility, and then just fill it with padding. And then you basically have you have 6 of those. You have 6 of those because you're doing 6 frustums at once. I could have also done the same thing, I think, with the clusters as well, where I just had it in one struct. But that's neither here nor there. I think that we just try this. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But that way everything is in the same place and you don't have to have multiple SSBOs. You are still going to need the buffers for the indirect commands and stuff. Don't you need an indeterminate amount of them though? Yeah, this is gonna be so hard. It says that I should do multi-draw, but it's like, dude, that's so painful. That's so hard. Maybe I should try implementing this for non-point light shadows first. Maybe I should just try implementing this for the regular camera frustum first, and then we can move on to that, because this is like really overwhelming. It's quite overwhelming. It is quite overwhelming. Because that isn't visibility to max instances, it's actually visibility max instances times max meshes, technically. Multi-draw indirect. Well, I mean, at least at the end of this, I'll be able to say that I have done multi-draw indirect, because I've never done it before, so that's cool at least. It's actually max meshes, not mesh nodes. I don't have it defined for that. So that's a lot of VRAM right there. That is I mean, it's actually just indices, so it's not that bad, but it's not that bad, but yeah. So we just have a compute shader that takes in a frustum and then calls against it, and then writes each instance that it finds, atomic adds the count, Wait, no, yeah. Okay, so this. Okay, so never mind. Hold on. So this actually is a struct within a struct. And then this goes in here, but to this. And then this becomes instance visibility GPU. All right, peace out, Luke. Thanks for being here. Peace out. Okay, so this is just gonna be to max meshes, and then the count goes inside of here. But this is actually has 6 of them. So each frustum writes into the visibility. Each mesh gets its own thing. And then it also atomically increments the command for that one. So you need to have a buffer of the commands. Well, 2 buffers for the commands that are also to max meshes. So let's do that really quick. Oh god, I have a feeling that I'm doing this wrong. I have a feeling that this is like overcomplicating things. Why do you have many frustum? Because I'm doing point light shadows. So I have 6 frustums per point light. So there's a lot of different frustums that we need to cull against per frame. That's kind of the challenge, right? This is gonna be so confusing. Holy fucking shit. The thing is, we don't even need technically this count, I think. Because we have the instance count. So really this could actually just be the flattened array. And then we use max instances as the offset with the instance count. You just use base instance times max instances plus GL instance ID. and then you can just do this times max instances for this. And then you don't need a count because you're going to be incrementing this count. So then the question is, can you just put this in one SSBO then? Since they're all sized. At least for right now, they're all sized. So technically it could be in one SSBO, I feel like. And you just have 6 of them. How so you use an obsolete, isn't Vulkan supposed to supersede it? Okay. I have a shitty laptop from 2016, 2017 that is running a 1050 mobile. I can barely run Vulkan nor take advantage of any of the low-level things that it exposes because I'm poor. So that's why I use OpenGL. So that's my answer to that question. If I wasn't poor, then yeah, sure. I would probably use Vulkan and ray trace in real time. So that's my answer to that question. Okay. Oh, no, but I need to bind them separately. No, yeah, I can't do this. You have to bind it separately. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay. We can get the visibility count offset based on the instances, so we don't have to worry about anything else, I think. So, but we do have to make the other ones for the arrays. Did I make this yet? I don't think I did make this yet. It's technically not. Oh yeah, I did make this. It's Isn't it arrays indirect? Indirect arrays command buffer. Do you initialize this as a shader storage buffer, or does it matter? I think you want to keep it as this. I think you want to keep it as this. Technically, you would have this per frustum. But I don't know how to do that, so for now, we'll just not do that. For now, let's just focus on getting it working with our regular camera and just take things one step at a time because this is kind of going to be complicated. Okay, so I think we're at the point where we need to create the shader that culls. And I think what I'm going to do for this shader is I'm not even going to cull. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, just to make sure that everything works, I'm just going to push the raw meshes straight to the buffer, and then just see if that works. So that's going to be my first test. It's not going to be easy, but I think that that's what I have to do. Trying to think. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is just per frame, I just want to upload into this persistent pointer. I want to upload all of the transforms, and we're just going to hard upload everything. That's how I'm going to start doing this. So over here where we upload our joint matrices, I want to make a similar function that just uploads the transforms. Just each mesh node in order upload the transforms. But we have to think about the order here. Because we're going to do each mesh. What's up, Mika? We're going to do each mesh. We're going to cull each mesh node. And then push those visible indices. How do I know which mesh or submesh everything is? How do I know which mesh or submesh everything is? Oh, this is hard. So I don't know. This is really, really, really complicated. This is really, really complicated. The way I do it now is that each mesh is split up into sub-meshes based on the material, and then those are pushed, the unique sub-meshes per mesh node are pushed onto draw commands that are then sorted into draw calls, right? Can you use like an acceleration structure? I have 2 BVHs. What do you mean an acceleration structure? Over what? This is a rasterizing problem. The problem is that this is going to mess up my sorting. My sorting for opacity and things like this. Like, it's just going to fucking ruin everything. I think I could sort everything first. I could sort everything first, turn it into draw calls, and then instead of just uploading it to an instance VBO, then just upload it to the GPU as just raw data. Upload the matrices and the draw command data. Upload the instances, the everything that's necessary for each thing. Yeah, I could do that. I could do populate draw commands without any frustum culling. Just do the whole entire scene. Sort them, and then upload them once to the GPU. Upload, and then we upload with them the transform matrix and a index to somewhere that holds that the data for the drawing, the index count, the start index, if it's a static mesh. We upload all of that stuff into the mesh metadata up on the GPU in the beginning. We just upload that once, and then during runtime, when we upload the matrices, and just an integer into whatever that array is that has the draw data, so that when we cull against it in the compute shader, we know what first index, base vertex, and base instance are, or what count, first index, base vertex, what these are, because otherwise we're never going to know what those values are. For simplicity's sake, I could just upload it to one SSBO altogether now, but later you want it into two so that you're not uploading a bunch of extra data. I think that's what I'm going to do. I love bindless rendering. Bindless is fine. It doesn't run on my Intel GPU. I think that's what I have to do. So sort everything, upload it once, and then cull against it, which is the opposite of how we're doing it now. We cull and then sort everything. Okay. So we're going to need another SSBO. Actually, we already have this, so we don't need another SSBO. We just need to make this one bigger. This mesh node SSBO, we need more metadata in it. So we need to make a new type for this. I don't like calling it metadata. I'm just gonna call it this. Okay, so it has the matrix, but it also needs the data. So it needs a it's gonna have a uint32t static mesh. It's gonna have a uint32t that tells us if it is, well, I have no clue how I'm gonna handle the shader bindings actually. You probably have to do the things with different shaders completely separately, huh? God, this is so complicated. This is so incredibly complicated, moving the culling to the GPU. It's so complicated. We need first index base vertex. You technically need the alammo offset as well. And we won't even worry about the point light count and offset and all that. So every frame we just upload this to the SSBO. Instead of this instance VBO. And I think since we're committing to it now, I am going to triple buffer it. So we are going to need a size. We are going to need a size. Okay. So we get a size. We need to follow the same pattern that I use here, which is just going to be mesh node data GPU times max mesh nodes. And then just use that size here. Use the size here, and so we'll use this as well, but we need to multiply that times buffer frames because we're triple buffering it. Okay. point light is 6 spotlights, or are you trying to do something clever? What do you mean? The spotlight offsets and stuff like that, that's the old culling data. It has nothing to do with what we're doing now. Spotlights are different than point lights in the rendering code when we actually go to render, because you have to do the calculation for the cone. So they're treated differently per pixel. So they are separate. Okay, we're gonna upload it once like this. It's just gonna replace this. It's just gonna replace this. And instead of copying instance data, we'll need a new structure. And so this gets replaced with mesh node data GPU. And so for now, I'll just make one right here, mesh node data GPU. Okay. And we'll take in, yeah, we're now getting to the point where we're changing the entire pipeline, which is pretty fucking scary, I'm not gonna lie, because there's a lot of code that we have to write, and so there's a lot of places where we can fuck up. There's a lot of places, like a lot. So okay, so we're only going to do what's required here, so no more point light culling, since all of that's done by the clusters. So all we need is the metadata that's required to draw it indirect. Now base vertex is interesting. I'm not sure. Do we use, is this, see, this is confusing to me. What is the point of base vertex? What is the point of base vertex? Can you explain that to me? You're not going to explain that to me. What's the point of the base vertex? Just fucking tell that to me. Constant offset added to all index values. Okay, so we don't care about that because all of ours are in one spot. So this is always going to be 0. All we care about is the first index, which is a byte offset, which is the byte offset that we use down here, and we calculate that start index times U32T. Okay. Thanks for the shitty document that doesn't actually tell me anything. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate that. Okay. 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 Checking what's up? I am experiencing some pain with multi-draw indirect right now, but that's specs. Don't look at the specs. Okay, so we copy it into the... We got an X230. Damn. Is that worse? I don't know if that's worse. Yeah, I can't work on Vulkan, unfortunately. Maybe one day if I get a good computer. Way worse? Really? The problem with my computer is that it overheats. Really bad. Like, no matter what I do, it overheats. So, that's the worst part. If it didn't overheat, then it would be fine. But, seriously, like, if I render anything for more than 10 minutes, it overheats no matter what. I have to render everything at 480p so that it doesn't overheat. It kind of blows, to be honest. One day. Making an engine you can't actually use is one of the most depressing things of all time, for sure. Okay. Now, what are the 4 errors here? Okay, so this we will bind. We're not going to do shadows for now. We'll just bind mesh node data GPU for this, and we want to do the same thing for this, and we'll just get rid of this, and we just won't shadow map. We'll just not worry about the shadow map right now because that's complicated, and we'll just get rid of everything that isn't important right now, and we'll just do the main draw call. Also, just naive OpenGL, not even instance or batched. I see. You can't use Blender. That must suck. That must suck. Yeah, I tried an older version of Blender the other day, but you can't do anything with it. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that I can use Blender. My computer barely uses Blender. It's like incredibly laggy, and sometimes it just straight up crashes. But I'm still technically able to model. So that I'm really grateful for that. So that's not bad. We have to write a compute shader that does this. I think that's what I'm gonna call it, cold draw calls. We're gonna need to do the exact same thing that we have in here, except what are our work groups gonna look like for this? I think that we just do 128 because we're going per mesh node instance, I think. Per draw call. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we need an ABB actually to even cull. Yeah, I totally forgot that we need an ABB to actually cull too. Shit. Can't run Vulkan code at all. Yeah, well, I'm glad that be glad that you aren't streaming and you don't have to deal with 10 guys a day telling me, why don't you use Vulkan? OpenGL is outdated, bro. That shit is like what I have to deal with literally every day on the internet. Shoving it in my face that I don't have a 2000 series plus GPU that can run Vulkan properly. Literally anything I run on my computers, I have to turn off Vulkan. Why don't you use Vulkan out of jail? Yeah. Yeah, bro. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I need the ABB to cull. So I might as well put that on the struct now. Yo, what's up, QLS? I need to put that on the struct now. Yeah. What do I exactly need? Do I need the... If I want to do just bounding boxes, do I need... I need the max and the min. That's all I need. I just need the max and the min. So I'm just going to do just that. This is actually per submesh data, so you wouldn't upload this every frame if you were doing like a proper implementation of this, but since this is so complicated, I'm just going to be doing it like this, and then we'll cross that bridge later. We need to get this from the actual mesh data. Technically this should be submesh data, but yeah, technically it should be submesh data, but we won't worry about it. How do I get this I think I just get it from the mesh itself, and then I get the ABB for the mesh, and then we just use that. Okay, so we'll just get it from meshes current command mesh ID, I think mesh ID is a mesh, is the mesh ID. It's not the mesh node ID, right? Yeah, that's the mesh ID. So we want to get the ABB. Oh, bro. I regret every day not making that a vec3. Like, fucking seriously. Like, that is so painful. Okay, we'll get the... We'll get this. And then we'll just do, there was a reason why I didn't make this a thing in the beginning. But definitely not a good enough reason. Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna call 128 as the work group size. We need to put this structure into the GPU. And we need to get the buffer for it, and it's gonna be on 4. ABB to vec3. Yeah, I know. It's just whatever. It's at this point it just doesn't matter. I'm well aware that I can make a function for it. In this case, it needs to be expanded to vec4 anyway, so it doesn't really matter at all. We'll just call it mesh node. And I think that I was correct to put this on. No, it is 15. It is 15. Okay. What will be on 5 and 6 is the indirect draw commands, which also need to be put on the GPU. So we'll just move these over really quick. Okay. Is mesh node data actually to max mesh nodes? It is. It is. Okay. And then this goes to max meshes, so we're fine. So this is 5 draw arrays data. Okay. Okay. Make sure to put this to 6. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We are getting there. Okay. So we get from . It's not an instance ID, is it? Also, this isn't really a mesh node anymore. This is really a draw call. Wait, yeah, wait a second. I shouldn't actually be batching them. I shouldn't be pre-batching them. So I actually don't batch them at all here, and I just do this. Last time I did this, it kind of bugged out though. But yeah, it should be per draw command rather than per draw call. It kind of bugged out the last time I did that though. I think that there's something weird with it. Sims count plus plus I plus plus. I don't know, it should be fine. As long as the instance offset is correct, which it is. Like, technically you could just do like just this and then just have the instance offset be instead the draw command count, and that should be equivalent, and just iterate it like that, and just have current instance equals instance count equals I, and just iterate it normally. Okay, so technically this isn't a mesh node. I mean, technically it's a sub mesh, but whatever. Okay. So this is an instance ID. No, it is instance ID, yeah. It is each instance, technically. Okay. So now we can cull. We're not gonna cull right now. We're not gonna cull. We will simply just pass it on to the thing. So for each one, we'll just put it onto the thing. The tricky thing is, like, we need to know what we're instances of, because right now we just have the raw mesh data. We're just going to increment instance count once, and then that's going to be it. You just have max instances here, and then push all of them at once, and then yeah, I think that's what you do. I think that you have like that. And then, as I said before, you have this stuff in a separate SSBO. Yeah, but for now we won't do that, but yeah. So what we want to do is we want to do this then out here. No, yeah, we need to do a counter thing here. Yeah, just have a counter here that just and then at the end we'll just go and then current command doesn't equal I anymore. That equals offset. Oh boy. First command equals offset. Well, we're gonna skip through them. No, yeah, we have a different one. OpenGL is better, Vulkan. Thank you. Total instance count, and then we'll be increasing total instance count while we go through. And so this is the part where we go through and we actually do each instance that we find in a row. and add them as the matrices. Oh, so then this does equal I then. That does equal I. And so then our type, God, I feel like I'm doing something very, very wrong here, but am I using NeoVim? I'm actually using Helix, but it's similar. And then we are going to need a count of the matrices. Okay. Did my stream crash? I don't think it did. It said I was offline? Oh no. I had people here, so I don't think so. But maybe, I guess. This is so complex. It's so complex. It really is. It really fucking is. I don't like things being this complex. Yeah, we need. Oh, we need this. Oh no, this is gonna have the same indexing as this anyway. I'm just trying to figure out how am I gonna dispatch this, because I was gonna do it per instance. I don't want to have to dispatch it per mesh node. I guess you could have X be the instance ID and then Y be the mesh ID, and then just dispatch once. But I feel like that's a lot of unneeded threads. Wow. I feel like that's a lot of unneeded threads. I could try listening to some music. The reason why I don't listen to music is because my my computer is very far away. The computer that I stream off is very far away, and my headphones don't reach. Is my phone? I'd like to listen to the same thing that you're hearing. Just as a thing. It feels weird to stream with music that you aren't hearing. I've tried it before. It's just weird. One dispatch per mesh node is too slow. So put the instance matrices in a flat SSBO. Put it in a flat SSBO that you just loop through. But how do you match them? How hard is coding? I want to make it like simple 2D, but add physics. Find you need to be very good at C++. You can do it in C as well. I mean, you could do it in any language, really. I would recommend you look at Box 2D. That'll give you everything you need to do that. Yeah, no problem. You could just have with it the index. You could just have it with it the index and not make it a flat array. Yeah. Because you need to find which mesh data the matrix is pointing to. What is my game about? It's kind of like gonna be an RPG in the style of Wizardry 8. But trippy, psychedelic, surreal, that sort of thing. If I ever get done with whatever the fuck I'm doing right now, it's kind of, you know, painful. Yeah, you want a flat array of the matrices, so you're gonna have to have another SSB out. But if you want to have the count with it, yeah. And then you just dispatch over that. Yeah. And then this instance ID goes into here, and then you retrieve the MN ID, which points to the indirect command. This is really complicated. This is really complicated. I mean, yeah. I think that you actually get rid of this. Or you at least get rid of this. And then you just upload this as the indirect commands. So you don't have this as 0. You actually get a pointer to it. What was this global instance SSBO supposed to be? Oh, the visibility array. Let's just not worry about triple buffering it. and just get the pointers. This is tough. This is tough today. This is very stressful. The thing is, I don't even know if I'm doing this right, so I don't even know if I'm going to like keep these structures. So I'm trying to think through it, but I don't know. So technically this should be max mesh nodes. Technically this should be max mesh nodes times max mesh max submeshes, you know, but we won't worry about it. For now. So this means that from our batching, we need to, instead of uploading this to the mesh node SSBO offset, this stuff needs to actually go into directly into the draw arrays and draw elements indirect commands. And then upload those. So this is gonna look like draw arrays indirect command. It's gonna look like this. Okay, so it's gonna look like this. And now we need two offsets. So the array offset and the element offset. And we need to see, we need to first get the mesh. So mesh pointer M, meshes current command mesh ID. And then if M static mesh else, and if it's a static mesh, then all of this data needs to go within the arrays indirect. So arrays indirect, array offset, I don't know what count is in regards to this, the number of indices to read. So current command index count, I'd guess. And then we need the first on the base instance. So the first index, I think we call that start index, even though it's not an index. And arrays indirect, array offset, this needs to now be, the base instance will equal array offset. Or not. Wait, it's not the array offset, it's total instance count. So however many instances we've pushed already, right, onto the thing. I think. I think. I'm kind of confused, I'm not gonna lie, what I should put the base instance to. It's where that will reset it to 0. That will reset it to 0 on that one, so that will reset it to 0 on that one, so I don't fucking know. I mean, are we even using an instance buffer anymore? I mean, not really. Technically we are for the lightmap, so we might upload it, I guess. But whatever. I'm just really complicating things in my brain right now, so I'm gonna have to chill out. Okay, so this first index will be this one is the byte offset. And then we also need the base vertex, which we set to 0. Because all of our vertices are in one massive array. So element offset plus plus, array offset plus plus. And then all we do is or do you just want this as offset? Because you're going to index it based on the offset, not because you want to get this data here. So you're going to then you need two indices. You need the MN ID and you need the command ID. Did I make this a thing yet? No, I didn't, did I? I didn't. What did I call this? Transform. I feel like I'm gonna regret all the code that I'm writing here. Like, this is absurdly complex. MNID, and then I just said the command ID. And then this is the final SSPO. The per instance SSPO. God, man. Fucking... The good thing about these draw elements indirect and these is that you don't have to do them every frame, right? You just do it per mesh, per submesh. And then all of the transforms just have just index into these. This is 4 uploads each frame. That's fucking ridiculous. Technically, this you could definitely just like pre-compute though. This you don't have to do every frame. And so all you need here now, you don't need this anymore. So this can go down here, and that is that now. Okay, so you get rid of this, and then this goes into transforms now. And so we need to do that now. We want to have total instance count .tr. And then the MNID will be offset. The command ID will equal if it's M static mesh, then it will equal array offset -1. Otherwise, it will equal element offset -1. And now we have to upload all 4 of them to the GPU. the silver lining is that this doesn't have to happen each frame. I don't think so. This is a convoluted mess. I'm gonna use the bathroom and get something to drink really quick. This is like really, I don't know. I don't like how unperformant this code is going to be. I don't know. I don't think that this is the way. I don't think that this is the way. This is just... There's just too much memory traffic for my GPU. Like if I was making like, if I was working on like a newer GPU that could actually transfer SSBOs fast and upload fast, then I wouldn't mind it, right? It wouldn't matter to me. But it does matter to me, Like I don't think that I'm, all of this work is I don't think it's going to pay off because the memory bandwidth is just too much. It's just way too much shit that needs to be uploaded to the GPU. It's just way too much. It's just way too much. So maybe I'm thinking about it too hard. Maybe there's another way to do it. I don't know. Yeah. All right. I probably should just make coffee and come back after taking a break. Maybe clear my head. All right, I'll be back like 5 minutes. Okay. I didn't make coffee, which is probably a mistake. Probably a big mistake, not gonna lie. What we're doing right now is fucked, by the way. Just completely fucked. Just in case anybody was wondering. It's completely fucked. Completely fucked. I don't know. I don't know. Is multi-draw indirect? It is in 4.3, so I can do it. I guess you really could just upload this once. You could just upload it once. But then they aren't sorted. How do you sort them? Like, if I upload it once, then they aren't going to be sorted. Or, well, no, they will be. But then how do you bind shaders and shit? Like, it's such a problem. Yeah, it says just bind one shader, but I can't do that because I have like specific animation shit, weird animation shit that I do, you know. It's so difficult. You upload them once and then Hey, what's up, kid? This isn't technically mesh data. This is technically instanced. This is technically mesh data. So this should be mesh ID. So you could store it on the mesh node. Each mesh node gets this mesh data. Getting ready for school? Yeah. That's difficult. School sucks. My sister has computer science today, so I may have to help her with the homework. Bro, let me tell you what we're doing here. This is some illegal code that we're writing. For sure. Just absolutely fucking illegal. The most illegal code of all time. Current command gives us the mesh ID. We need the mesh node ID. Why do we need the mesh node ID? We need the mesh node ID because we need to assign the offset to it and the command ID offset to it. That way, every time it submits again, we know where it's going to. Technically, it needs to be per submesh. And then every time that submesh comes up again, and we assign it back into here. Yeah. 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 So a submesh, you thought that it was going to have a first index for, but it's actually, this needs to have a command ID and a mesh data ID that goes into the GPU. CS's homework? Do they learn C? My sister's learning Java because she's in the high school AP computer science or whatever. I forced her to take it. I said, if you don't take it, I'm disowning you. Because it's in her blood, you know what I mean? Like, it's literally illegal if she doesn't take it. She's like, oh, it's going to be too hard. I'm stupid. It's going to be too hard. It's like, you're taking that fucking class and you're going to own everybody because I'm going to give you cheats. Do you understand? She's owning people, you know. It was kind of embarrassing. She told her class, she was like, my brother has a YouTube channel. He's a programmer. It's in our blood. You know what I mean? Like, we're doing the baby Goo Goo Gaga stuff right now. I'm teaching her the Goo Goo Gaga stuff. And it's in her blood. You know, I see the spark in her eye, you know, when she's like, damn, this is fun. I thought we were just going to be telling the computer to do stuff. You know, when I showed her, like, you know, because we do these exercises, you know, her homework or whatever, you know, and then I show her, okay, this is the way I would write it, you know, and then I write it with enums and fucking loops and shit. And she's like, damn, that's crazy. I explained to her bounding volume hierarchy the other day. Yeah. Family is good, man. Family is good. Family is good. It is good, you know. I had like with my ex or whatever, I had a pretty strong relationship with her sisters, you know, and I've kind of been missing that, and so I'm glad that I have a closer relationship with my sister now, because I think that that's a pretty important sort of relationship to have, you know. Like without that in your life, there's like this sort of void, you know what I mean? That I felt for many years. So I think that it's good to have that. It's pretty important. God, this is just fucking awful, isn't it? Okay, let's stop dicking around. Let's go to draw command, and we want to put in draw command. Is your game dev? Yeah, I mean, when she gets there. I don't think she really gets the big picture yet about like how hard programming can get. You know, she's not really there yet where she hasn't had the holy shit moment or whatever, but yeah. They just use AI. Yeah, I mean, her teacher tells them to use AI, by the way. Literally tells her, oh, you can use ChatGPT if it helps you. That's literally what he said. That's unfucking real, by the way. If I was a teacher right now, I would just ban AI like straight up, like 100%. Like what? And I'm smart enough to know when code is AI generated. Like, no, you didn't name your variables that. I'm sorry. You didn't. I don't know. I would be pissed off if people started using AI. My sister was talking about how everybody in her class is super smart, and I'm just like, they're using AI. My screen is not flashing green. That's my capture card just being bad. Nothing I can do about it. I don't think it's actually my capture card. It's my USBs on my streaming computer. My USB ports are actually broken. Can't edit, modify, or maintain it. You kind of can. Yeah. Yeah, it's not hard to look it up online. I mean, that's all AI is at the end of the day. I literally needed help when I was setting up clustering yesterday, and it just gave me the same code that I was already looking at on GitHub. So it just word for word plagiarized it. So that's all AI is at the end of the day. I just think that it's the same thing as just like grabbing other people's code and using it. Like, you know, it's like if I was teaching a class and you did that, you know what I mean? Like, I would fucking fail you. Like, you have to code. Like when I was in AP computer science, you know, like I didn't have that. You know what I mean? There wasn't like, I couldn't just like type it in and then the AI overview give it to me, you know. Yeah, I'm sorry that it's going to green. Stop it. I can't. If I unplug it, it's gonna fuck it up. Like I had to modify code. All right, good luck in calculus. I fucking slept through that class. I don't have. Oh, I do have MNID equals. Okay. So now that we have that, oh, it's not per submesh, it's per mesh node per submesh, and I don't have an abstraction for that. Fuck. Thank you. I'm gonna need the good luck today. I think I'm kind of lost on this, to be honest. I've definitely modified AI code before for my needs. I think, I don't know. I mean, the people that come in this chat every day and talk about their fucking AI bullshit, they definitely don't know what they're doing, but yeah. I got this email that was offering me money to promote AI in my business email. That was cool. The email was AI generated as well, like written by AI. I posted it in the Discord yesterday. I'll read it because it's funny and I need to have something fun right now. He said, I've been checking out your channel. Your C OpenGL engine work, especially the how to make series and devlogs, is exactly the kind of hands-on, no shortcuts content that's hard to find on YouTube. You clearly build things for real, and honesty comes through in how your community engages with your videos. Given how much of your content is about building your own engine from scratch in C, I think there's a fun and genuinely useful angle here. Throwing our AI model into a game dev tooling workflow and seeing whether it actually speeds things up or gets in the way. That kind of scenario-driven, opinionated review fits your format well, and I'd love to see how you approach it. Dude, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, what bunch of fucking mumbo-jumbo... Do people not speak English anymore? Like, it's literally just AI all the way up to the top, bro. It's crazy. Scenario-driven, opinionated form of review, or whatever the fuck he said, bro. Fucking what? It literally is. It literally is. I looked it up. It literally is just something that just calls API. Calls an API. Which is fucking crazy to me. That's fucking crazy, dude. If I... Oh my god. I don't know. I looked it up and apparently I could do it with what I want to do with a geometry shader. But I kind of wanted to give the MDI thing a try. It's just so... It's so difficult. It really fucking is. It really fucking is. And it's going to strain the GPU even more than it's already strained. What is my... I need it in the same order, though. Yeah, in the same order. Mesh GPU... Does it have an AABB? It doesn't. I could make it have an AABB. No, yeah, it has a mesh node. AABB GPU. Oh no, that's for the BVH. They got thousands of dollars of investment. I don't know. It seemed like a really small company or whatever. They only offered me $30. $30? The fuck am I gonna... I'm not gonna be able to reopen my bank account with $30. What are you talking about? Like, how am I gonna reopen my bank account unless I get an investment of like, I don't know how much I would need. Probably like 1K would open my bank account. Yeah, I think that this is, I don't know, something that I have to do later, I guess. Like, this is so difficult that it's like not even fucking funny. Each mesh node would need an array on it for to the amount of max sub meshes. It would need command ID to, I'll just put it to 32, I mean, whatever, 32, and then it would need a what's the other one? Mesh data ID for this array, and then this array. And then when you upload these, you just go into the mesh node and you know what I feel like today? I feel like, you know, when you're in class and you're like taking a test and you're like just staring out the window because you got no clue what the fuck is on the paper. Like, that's the exact feeling. I think I had that with like a history exam where I didn't study. And I just like, you know, I was at the end of it, like, you know, the end of the thing where you have to like write an essay. And I had no clue what the fuck I was going to write for like this 3 paragraphs or whatever. And I was just like looking around, bro. Just contemplating life and shit. I feel like that's exactly how I feel today. You feel me? You smell me on that one? Yeah, unfortunately I am programming on Windows because I have such a bad computer that Linux runs bad. The NVIDIA drivers just run bad on Linux. I need a specific driver for the thermal to work on this laptop. So unfortunately, I have the pleasure of programming on Windows. Which honestly, I mean, who gives a shit? As long as it's got a tiling window manager, I mean, who cares? Yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna stop suffering now. I think I've seen how this goes, and I don't like it anymore. Like, in my mind, I've seen how this goes, and it simply doesn't work with the pipeline I've made so far. It just doesn't work. It just literally, like, we just like add and multiply and do all the math. I've done all the math in my head for all of this, and it just doesn't work because we have both draw arrays and elements. The pipeline just doesn't work split like this. Like, no matter, like, you know, the amount of kind of structural damage we'd have to do to the engine with 4 extra SSBOs to just handle all of the indices, it just would probably end up slower than just doing it with a geometry shader. Seriously. You know? Like, I just think that it would, you know? I just think that it would. The problem is, like, if you add a new mesh node to the scene, the amount of structural damage that you would do to everything here, the amount of data you would have to re-upload and recompute is, like, insane. It's just insane if you add a new one. Just seems ridiculous. It just seems ridiculous. But technically, if you were going to do it this way, right, you would get the mesh nodes. You go into it by current command mn id, and then you do command id equals what we did here. You do this. You do this. Why does this not work? What? Oh, because it's has to be indexed by the submesh. And then you do it for the mesh data ID. And then this equals that offset from above. Browser GPU rendering. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I've never done anything in the browser. And so this just is what gets run beforehand. Upload instance data is what happens beforehand. And then when you push it during a frame, then you just push the transforms using this data. This is so complex. But yeah, this would be it. And then you push the MN data onto here. And then you also push in these indirect calls. So we would have to do that now. Let's just let's just finish what we started. Like, as painful as it is, like, let's just finish what we started and just try to finish what we started. So we're just gonna mem copy straight into the indirect arrays pointer with the size of draw arrays indirect command times array offset. And we will do arrays indirect. And then we'll do the same thing for the elements. And that's how that works. Did I change this? Did I change this type? I think I did. We don't need instance count on it, but we can just leave it. Static mesh and lm offset. We should also get this the lm offset, yeah. Actually, the lm offset is per mesh node, which is kind of a massive fucking problem. So then this gets put on the how did I do lm offset before? I guess lm offset was literally just, it's on SM's J. So I guess that this can go here then. The lightmap offset, by the way, if anybody is wondering on what that means. Although at this point, I mean, who knows what anything means? This is like ridiculous. Okay. So we upload this once. This upload instance data gets called once now, which is strange, but whatever. We upload it once, and then what we end up doing instead of anything else is upload instances now. And what we'll do is we will loop through similarly to what we do up here. We need to just loop through all of our submeshes, and we'll just go through all the submeshes, and then I just keep not copying the entire thing that I need to copy, which is a classic one. Okay. God, this NDF stuff we don't even fucking use. Why does it exist anymore? It's over here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're not culling anymore. So this can just go here. This mesh count is going to be to globals.meshes.count. We're just going to go through every single mesh, every single submesh, and then every single mesh node, I believe, and then submit them all in order Oh, this actually goes by mesh nodes already. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense actually. So here we're just submitting them, all of them. And so we will have transform GPU transforms to max instances, redefinition of transforms. Okay, we already have it. Yeah, max mesh nodes times max instances. And do I have a count for them? We'll just have a transform count. We don't actually need to keep track of the count, but we just will for now. We want to make transform count command ID equal SM's J command ID. No. Right. It's actually mn command ID indexed by the submesh. That's complicated. And then the mesh data ID will also be indexed by J, and then that's that MN ID. It's not necessarily MN ID, but after learning Python, what should you learn? Well, that depends what you want to do. I'd always recommend learning C. If you want to, do anything like serious performant computing wise, like make something that runs good, then I'd recommend you learn a low level language. But it depends what you want to do. If you want to do like data analysis, then Python is perfect. So it depends. And now we just upload this to the transform SSBO. Global instance, that's visibility, which I don't even think we're using anymore. But for now, it doesn't matter. We're gonna need another SSBO though, unfortunately. And we will call it the transform SSBO. Actually, it is the instance SSBO is actually what it is. But yeah. Okay. And it's going to be multiplied by the max instances times max mesh nodes. Okay. And we want to set this up. We're going to need a pointer for it. Instance SSBO pointer. We're going to triple buffer this because we can. Instance SSBO size, we need to triple buffer it. When I'm finished with this, I mean, I don't want to take shit from anybody ever again. I'm not taking shit from anybody ever again after this. This is ridiculous. Okay. I want to make Minecraft mods. What is the best for Minecraft mods? Oh, I'm not sure. I don't really know anything about that. I would assume that GLSL is probably important for Minecraft mods. And like shaders and things like that would probably be pretty important. But that's just a guess. That is just a guess. I'm just kind of going on autopilot here because that's the only way we're going to get through this. I don't think that I'm going to get through it by not being on autopilot. I just need to kind of go on autopilot, and I think Anna might know about the Minecraft mod stuff. I think she's worked on Minecraft stuff in the past, so maybe you can ask her. I don't think she's here though. There's just such an insane amount of code to write today. I mean, and it's sketchy code. It isn't very not sketchy code. Okay. We have the instance SSBO. So now we need to do the pattern where we triple buffer. We don't have to worry about this current frame offset for now. This mn data will be transforms, and it will be transform GPU times transform count. There's so many places that we can make a mistake today. So many. So many. C++ is good for Bedrock mod? Maybe. I mean, I'd recommend C++, but I guess the game is in Java, so maybe Java is something, but honestly, whatever language you write, it will probably be good. At least I would guess so. Okay. So we're going to get the instance ID, which goes into the transform. Just to be clear here, we're going to get the transform instance ID. The mn ID goes into here. Okay. Which gives us if it's a static mesh or not. So we will get the mesh node mn's tr dot mn ID. Okay. So that's done. And then the mn, we'll use it for culling, but for now we won't worry about culling. If mn.staticMesh, then we will go into arrays, and then otherwise we will go into elements. From here, we want to directly write into here, atomically increment the instance count. How do I do this again? I think it's just atomic add draw arrays commands. commands tr.command id dot instance count 1. Otherwise, we will do the draw elements commands and increment the index instance count by 1. And then we should take in a uniform uint u instance count, and then if instance id greater than or equal to u instance count return. That one's important. The question is, I need to initialize these to 0 at the start of each frame, which I can also write, or I could 0 them manually. I could technically 0 them manually, or we could just call this again and again and again for now and not worry about it. Let's make sure to 0 instance count. Okay, so we can call that every frame, at least for now, just to get it done, just to be sure that everything is fine. I'm so ready for this to just crash. I'm so ready. Okay, so when we call render all draw commands, this function is gonna have to change to a different function completely, which sucks because I was really like this function. We've spent so much lovely time with this function, and now it has to go away. So yeah. At least for what we're doing right now. I don't know how we're gonna be able to do what we were doing with this function, but it's gonna have to change because we can't do things per thing. So we can just bind dynamic shader once. We're going to enable GL blend, and we will just do the most general thing. We're gonna disable GL coalface for now. And then we'll do all of this stuff once. Does the index count start index stuff we aren't going to be able to use. The material also I didn't think about. The material should be in here, theoretically. After all of the shit that we're doing, I'll be happy if we even just compile. I'll be happy if we even just compile. this should have a material. It should have a material, so let's just put that on it. Okay. We're just gonna bind this. All of this stuff has to be retrieved from inside of it. The last thing is, if it's a static mesh, then we bound this, or we bind the dummy light map. We can't actually do that anymore, which sucks, but for now we won't worry about it. We just can't worry about it, so. Okay, so now everything gets wrapped up in arrays indirect. We have to bind the GL bind buffer GL arrays GL indirect what is it called? What is it called? GL draw indirect buffer. For the arrays no, it's not arrays indirect, it's the indirect arrays command buffer, and const void pointer indirect prim count and the stride. Okay. What did Jarvis say? God, I don't fucking know. No, I'm in on this. Um, we could expose it as a variable. And just use that. Spam risk. No, thank you. Prim count of the array offset, and with a stride of, what does the stride mean? What does the stride mean? Between elements of the draw parameter array. Do I just do the size of the structure? Is it just that? After this, then we have to do the col draw calls.comp. I have to make a new shader for this. I wish I was able to do this. You can. It's seriously. It just takes a lot of sitting here and being frustrated and not knowing what to do. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you a lot. Okay. So I'm just going to make a new function that just sets this up. Eventually we'll get around to, you know, actually setting up the uniforms for these. I just can't be bothered right now. Okay. And I did add it to main, right? Okay. These should all have 0. Also, I keep forgetting to delete these shaders, so we just keep compiling over them and then dying. So we don't want to do that anymore. So let's just make sure to init cluster A, B, col clusters shader. I just make these and then I totally forget it. Okay, col draw calls. And now all we have to do is dispatch this. Okay. And I think we're going to do 64, I think. And then we just have to go to our instance count. So we also have to bind that as a uniform. Call draw calls and put it as instance offset, instance count. What is it? It's transform count, I called it. Transform count. And then we will do to transform count plus 65 over 64, or 63 over 64. Okay. Now there's a 0% chance that we're actually going to draw anything. Okay. I want us to temper our expectations very much. Generously. In fact, we're probably not going to draw anything so much that I should really just render albedo, or no, we might not even get that. We should really just be rendering, I'm just going to render red. That's how little faith I have in the code that we've written here. We've written a lot of code. There's a lot of places things can go wrong. Instance count, okay. Okay, so we have some, right, because it's instance count, like this. Because they love camel case. Is that the code editor that Casey Muratori made? It's actually Helix. I do know that he made an editor. Blizzardcast from Ewan to Bool. Okay, very, very true. Okay. Honestly, not too surprised. Really not too surprised. It's not the end of the world. It's really not the end of the world. But we are going to have to... Oh, yeah, that is very true. We don't actually get... We use the A instance matrix to get the model matrix, which is a thing. We don't want to use that to get the instance matrix. We want to get it from this array. We want to get it from here. And we're going to get it using GL instance ID. I don't know if we have to do any weird thing with base instance. I'm just going to hope that GL instance ID does it. I have no clue. I have actually no clue. Okay. Invalid initialization. Incompatible types. 149. Oh. Okay. I don't think that we have any draw commands. I think that that's the problem. I think the problem is that we have no draw commands. Because we would be drawing something if we had draw commands. You know, we would be drawing something. It would not look pretty if we had the wrong transforms, but there's so many parts in this, moving parts in this that could be wrong, you know? There's so many moving parts that could be wrong. How are we going to... How are we going to debug it? How do we debug it? How about this? How about this? What if we just set this to 1? Just hard code it to 1 instance count? Okay, so nothing. Still nothing. Okay. And the base instance of 0. How about that? Okay. Okay. Is first a byte offset? I don't think that first is a byte offset. Index of the first vertex in the array. Okay. If I go back to the old draw command, we used the start index count. I don't think that we're drawing anything, to be honest. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, wait a second. We don't actually bind buffer range. We don't actually GL bind buffer range on this, on our triple buffered stuff. Is it mesh node SSPO? Is that? Yeah, so I never actually bound the correct thing here. Let's see what the array offset is. I'm guessing that it's going to be a real number. This also is triple buffered. I believe that this also is triple buffered. Okay. Yeah. I was considering taking your advice already on that. It would take some mental I'd have to take some, mental time to process it and get better at it, I guess. Our array offset is actually 0. Okay, well that's good. That's good. That's good. That's actually good because now we have something to go off of. So, do we just not have any static meshes? Do we just not have any static meshes then? Am I not calling this function? What do you mean? I'm so confused. every 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. Yeah, we're gonna have to print out some things, I guess. I don't know what I would rest my eyes on. I feel like that would be a pretty boring stream to watch, to be honest. What? What the hell is draw command count then? Is it just 0? Okay, so why is it 0? Maybe we just get rid of ABB and frustum. How are we getting 0 draw commands now? Oh, it's because I stopped calling create and sort draw commands. Oh. We're paying you enough? That you're so right about that. You're actually so true. You do not, yeah, you guys don't pay me enough for me to care, so. What would I rest my, what would I do if I wasn't coding? Oh, fuck. Like what are we gonna do? Sit here and play like fucking tic-tac-toe or whatever? Like 20 questions? Like, what are we doing? Okay, well, I figured that out at least. Now we have a correct array offset. We're still not drawing anything, though. So, yeah. So, yeah. I'm doing TR0, Matt. So if we were drawing something, then it would take the default matrix. We create the ultimate toxic environment. One random user watching. So you mean you. So we're gonna make fun of you. Because there's really no one else here. So if we want to make fun of you, then we can do that. I just wouldn't take, you know, a lot of joy in doing it, you know, to be completely honest, you know. You will be offended, but you were the one who proposed the idea. So I feel like that's a little bit a little bit ridiculous. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I can't get this done today. Maybe this is something that we have to leave for another day. This is breaking my brain. I don't know. I'm weak-willed and thin-skinned. Yeah, me too. It's not. It's not a great. You know. It's not great to be live in front of people and be weak-willed and thin-skinned. You know what I mean? It's just kind of disastrous. So it was a bad choice for me to ever, go live in general. So, I get it. Yeah, maybe I just undo all the code that we did and then we just do something else. Because this just can't be correct, This just can't be correct. We could try, instead of going to command ID, just go to 0. Just like start hard coding stuff until we start drawing stuff. I don't know, instance count is hard coded to 1. So I feel like if it's hard coded to 1, then we should be drawing if the thing. Maybe I should look up buffers as SSBOs. GL command barrier bit. I'm not using. Alright, peace out. I'm not using GL command barrier bit. Okay, that's probably has to do with it. Probably. There we go. Let's try that. So, yeah. What if I don't call this? Because it should work without it. Because it has a, what the fuck? God, I'm gonna be so happy when we start rendering things. This is... I don't think that... I mean, I would... I would do render doc if I thought that it would help. Like, I don't think that that's gonna tell me anything. Okay, so it says that I should just use a stride of 0. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, also, this is... Okay, well that was definitely wrong. That was definitely wrong, but that isn't the problem, apparently. That is not the problem. I wish I could see if we were drawing something. It's kind of... Aren't we supposed to bind a material? I got rid of bind material. Oh. Oh, but you can't use bind material because of the fucking... God, this is so difficult. Oh. I guess just bind 0. Yeah, I don't know if the multi-draw indirect is gonna happen today. I just don't know if they're gonna if it's gonna happen today. I don't know, it's weird because I upload them correctly, right? Indirect arrays pointer, arrays indirect, arrays offset. I mem copy straight into the pointer, and let me see where I get the pointer. Get the pointer here. I get the pointer there. Maybe I should render dock it. I don't know. I probably should. Do I have render dock on this? I do. Oh, but it's gonna get mad at me for all my bindless shit. Dude, I don't want to have to fucking comment all of that shit out. That sounds so miserable. That sounds terrible. I might have to do that though. Yeah, I don't know. Do my flags include read bit so that I can read back? No, I don't. I don't have it. I'd have to change it. Because I want to see what's in it, I guess. I'm worried that if I bind it as 430, then there's like padding issues, but we're using arrays indirect anyway. We aren't even, and it should be drawing even without it, without this compute shader. We have it commented out. It should be drawing without it because we have this instance count set here that we're just hard coding. And it's not drawing anything. Which is weird. I say that we comment fucking everything out that could be causing an issue. And just literally do GL position with just the regular stuff, just the regular fucking stuff. We need pos equals a position, and then in the frag shader just literally get rid of everything and just draw white. See, that would be the problem. That would be the problem. Hmm. Oh, oh. No, I do. I'm almost interested to see if I can do it with just without multi-draw indirect and just try just doing one. I don't know. It's also like technically we don't even have any of these things that are here. Those don't even exist in this situation. Can you just do mat4 model equals just go identity? Oh shit. Okay, we're rendering. We are fucking rendering. Holy shit. Okay. So the problem is the TRs now. The TRs have no matrices inside of them. Okay. Yeah, maybe I do need to give my eyes a break. Does this match the CPU? Yeah. Does this match the CPU side? mn command pad 0 pad 1 pad 4. Oh, I don't do transform count plus plus. That would that would that would be a problem. Certainly. Okay, and now we crash. And now we crash. Why do we crash? I did times buffer frames. Oh, hold on. I didn't do... Okay. This is exactly what we're expecting now. Okay, now use GL instance ID. Okay. Now our geometry is pretty fucked up, obviously. Because we're forcefully rendering everything instead of not forcefully rendering it. If we set this at 0 and yeah, not everything's not getting the correct transforms. So now is the part where I have to figure out how to get the correct transforms. Because I don't think that instance ID works. Let me give my eyes a break and think. Let's just think real quick and give my eyes a break. That's a good suggestion. I should be giving my eyes a break. Let's think. The instance ID is local per indirect draw call. We need to get to the global instance buffer from that. We have a base instance argument, but it's not actually going to work because of, obviously atomic contention and all of that. You could set that beforehand, but we want to move towards just initializing those once and not actually having to rely on base instance for it. So how do I get it? How do I get instance ID in there to actually index into the right thing? How do I do that? Well, you could cheat, right? Let me just look up how to Okay. Let's look at Reddit. I'm not sure. Basically, from what I read, I shouldn't pack them tightly, and I should instead have room and offsets for the base instance thing. I could technically, though, just for now, just to test if this idea works, I could technically set base instance to total instance count. And then have them ordered the same. This does put us on 460 though, which I don't like. And now we have nothing. Are we drawing? No, it's probably because I didn't comment in the coal. See if this is working for us. Okay, it's not. Or my idea with the base instance thing is not working. But the base instance thing shouldn't affect it. Yeah. Now if I turn this to 1, then it's probably gonna work. Yeah, now we're back to drawing again. So our compute shader isn't isn't working. Who knows? Maybe this mesh node offset is bad. Let's just test this. Let's just test the command ID. Nothing. Okay. I guess let's see, because we know that the matrices are working. Let's just see what the command ID is. So we have 0 through 30. Which are all of them. I am setting in uInstance count, right? That would be a silly thing to mess up. I'm kind of worried that I'd probably bug things out if I don't atomic add it. But I can try to just set it to 1. Are we drawing anything? No? Why do you not work? It's this shader that just doesn't want to work. I do initialize this, right? I do. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Is there anything that I'm missing with it? I don't think so. Setting that to 1 should just work now. Unless for some reason our transform count is bad. No, our transform count is 31. So for some reason this shader just simply isn't running. I don't know. Just set it to 1, bro. I just want to check if I bypass it like we were bypassing it before, and I just set it to 1. We're going to draw, right? We draw, right? Yeah, maybe it's just. Maybe it's just it just can't be this one. That's the problem. Maybe it just has to be something else. That's I don't know. There's no reason that the shader shouldn't work, you know. I feel like I'm losing my mind with the shader not working though. Let me look this up. You can definitely do this, but like buffer update barrier bit. Trigger buffer is created with storage such shader write usage flags. Maybe that's what I need then? I did create it with persistent, coherent, and write bit. Maybe I should call to rebind it every time I mem copy into it or something. maybe it doesn't like being bound at two places at once and you have to rebind it every time. Oh my god, that's it. Okay. Thank god that's over. Thank god I figured that out. Oh my god. Okay. We can breathe. Okay, so you have to call to rebind it every time, which I didn't think to do because usually you don't have to do that, but you do because you're drawing with it. Okay, so now we have a bunch of random geometry, but we're actually at least incrementing it now properly. Okay, so now for my next trick, we will magically get the correct transformation matrix. For my next trick, okay, I don't think that this is correct. This does not seem correct. No, I don't think so. Let's just try GL instance ID. No. No. Let's try it with an actual base instance set. Okay. Is this correct? No, I don't think that this is correct. It looks almost correct. Like we have a whole hallway here that's correct actually. But there's a lot of it that doesn't seem to have the correct stuff going on. Now let's try just GL instance ID with the base instance. No, it's the same. It's the same thing. Huh. Okay. If you use multi-draw arrays indirect, be aware that GL instance ID always starts at 0. You can use GL base instance if you have 4.6, or you can use flat IDs. But I don't know how to do that. That's the part that I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, you have to do prefix sums. Yeah, you have to prefix sum it across to get the base instances. Or you just cheat and you just have a boolean here and then just do a ton of empty dispatches and you just have a maximum amount of instances and then it's already padded and then you just do GL draw ID. I mean, that's what I was going to like consider. I mean, a GL draw ID, that was like kind of my idea on it. Yeah, you can do GL draw ID. And then you would just do GL draw ID times max instances, and then that gives you the offset. If you don't do that, then you have to do one dispatch per mesh type, or you do a prefix sum after to figure out the draw, the base instances. Now, I don't really want to write the prefix sum. I mean, I already have it, but that sounds so complicated. Just legitimately so complicated. Yeah. That sounds so complicated. Hey, what's up, Jodini? Yeah. Yeah, there's two options. There's either you do a prefix sum after to find the based instances, or you have an atomic counter, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it says that I should just do the prefix sum. Okay, so that's what we'll do then. Um, I have the boilerplate for a prefix sum somewhere in here. It would have to be. It would have to be. Is that Emacs? It is Helix. It's not here. This prepares it for the prefix sum. It's not tree count. It's not chunk 0. Is it bounds? I think it might be bounds. I think that this used to be a prefix sum, and now it's not really a prefix sum. I definitely have one somewhere though. I definitely have one somewhere. It might be with the radix stuff, technically. I don't remember how any of it works, though. I forget if it's radix or radix new. I'm gonna guess that it's radix new. Let's remember how to do this. Add to the bin count. Yeah, I don't remember how any of this works. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to look it up. I should probably put this up on the screen. I oh god. Yeah, it's basically what I have here. It's just really fucking complicated, to be honest, what we're gonna have to do. Which is why I wanted to avoid it. But we seem to have not avoided it at all, to be honest. Can I do it in one shader? That's the question. Oh, the whole is worker thing because of Intel UHD. Yeah, yeah, I remember this. I was scratching my head on that for a while. But yeah, apparently in Intel UHD, if any thread exits out before a barrier, it just hangs. Fuck Intel UHD, holy shit. Hey, what's up, Paul? How are you doing? I wonder how much of this is necessary for a prefix sum rather than just... Can I look up prefix in here? I mean, this is just gonna give me a lot of... Yeah, I definitely perform a prefix sum somewhere, or I did, and now it's... No, that's shared prefix. I think that this is... Capture card seems troubled. It is troubled. As you know, as am I. So it's with me on that front. I don't actually think it's the capture card necessarily. I think it's my computer's USB ports are not working anymore. Fortunately, I've tried every single USB port though, and it just kind of... None of them work really, which kind of sucks. Yeah. I'm just trying to read my old code. I need to perform a prefix sum over something. But I don't think I need to do all of this because this is kind of radix stuff. I think what I need to do is basically in here. Global offsets equals sum. And then you add the block bin count. And then you get the bin total. Yeah, I need to look this up. Like, this is... Let's see what the AI overview has for me in terms of prefix sum, so that I can see what I have versus it. Okay, so that's similar to what I have, yeah. All right. So you need a secondary buffer, yeah. You need a secondary buffer. Yeah, so it is similar to what I have. You need a shared bin. And then you do that weird bit shifting shit. Just a learning project? The fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done, dude. I'm done. Do you know how many times a day I get asked that fucking question? Just a beginner using OpenGL? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, dude. Like shut the fuck up. Dude. The fuck? Bro. Like fucking crazy, dude. Okay. Similarly to what I have, I need sorting bins. Yeah, it's weird how this shit is written, because it gets written like this. It's the exact same syntax as this. I don't want to use the fucking shitty AI overview code, though. I want to use somebody's actual code. So let me look at... Right. Okay, so Cogstone. The GPU gems of prefix sum. That's what I'm looking at right now. The parallel prefix sum thing. But I don't know if I was looking for something in GLSL because fucking the problem with the NVIDIA stuff is that they do it like so efficiently that it's like it takes forever to implement their shit. I'm really not looking for it. Because they do like a Blelock, which is what I have here. And over here I have a Blelock. This is what this is. But it's 3 shaders. You know what I mean? Like it's... Okay, I see what it is. I see one, yeah. The naive scan algorithm. So this is what I'll do, is the naive one. I'll do the naive one. Because they do like a Blaylock and fucking everything here. Like this, what they're doing down here is like, it literally takes like subgroups and ballots and shit, and I don't want to deal with that right now. I'm just gonna literally do this, is what I'll do. Because this is also what the fucking AI overview just gave me, just this translated to GLSL. So that's exactly what I need to be doing, to be honest. What am I gonna call this? Something that's problematic for me is that I think I need, hold on, it's already up here. I think I need an out data thing. So I need duplicates. I need a ping pong is what I need, which is annoying because now I have to set up a back and a front buffer for these. It's really annoying, actually. I don't have to make this one persistent, though. I don't have to make it persistent. I can literally just make it GPU only, because we don't have to ever write to it on the CPU. So just call it out for just being simple. Okay. We're going to have to this, I don't know what the work group size is for this. I'm not really sure. I guess you just do it on all of them. I don't think that I can do both prefix sums in one thing, though. I wish I could. N is the amount of the arrays. So I think you have to do two. One for elements and one for arrays, which is quite frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. And the problem is that you have to kind of bind these. You're gonna have to bind the in and the out like next to each other, which is gross because we're running out of slots. Okay, anyway, so to translate this, we're gonna have a uint id equals gl global invocation id. We're gonna take in a uint uniform uint array count. Fuck it, array count if id is greater than or equal to array count. Return. Oh, technically you can't do this on Intel UHD. You have to actually not return, and then yeah, this was a big wake up call to me. You apparently have to. Oh no. No, yeah, if you are going to be using yeah, you have to see if it's, yeah, if TID is less than body count, then you have a worker thread that's going to do things, and otherwise you just kill it. Okay, so if or is this only when using local invocation ID? No, it's when using TID. Okay, so that way we have no problems. Okay. P out and P in. Do these get swapped at? Yeah, these do. 1 minus P out. 1 minus P out. Oh, I see. Okay, that's clever. Okay, so let's just do this. Let's just copy what they're doing, because I'm unoriginal, I suppose. They use ints, so I don't know if those are going to be. They start like this. Okay. So isn't it I equals n 1 n and then times equals 2? I hate how they write these things. I really do. It's so weird. Okay, so now they have the shared memory, shared uint temp, and we'll have it at 1024, just because that's a good number. And they do p out times n, which is the amount. So temp p out times n plus the ID. They're actually trying to make it art. Yeah, exactly. Mathematicians write things this way too, which is always frustrating. I'm just going to use n because that's just, it is just faster to write that than this, so whatever. So if ID is greater than 0, oh, because you don't want to get it to -1, that's why. And then in ID -1, right? Okay. Sync threads. I'm gonna assume that sync threads is barrier, and I also will put in a memory barrier. I don't know. if it's necessary. I just do the 2 whenever doing like something that that uses work groups like this. Okay. Now they swap them, and then if it's greater than I, otherwise they do that. Okay, so oh, they just do this. 1 minus 0 is 1, and then 1 minus 1 is 0. Well, that's really cool how that works out, huh? That's neat. So that they don't have to make another temp. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder why they just don't do, like, why do they just do that? Or, I don't know. There's probably a reason for it. If ID is greater than or equal to I, then temp pout times n plus ID, and then you add pin times n plus ID minus the offset. Okay. And then otherwise you don't subtract the offset. Okay. And this is an equals, right? Okay, so I don't really understand how it works, but from what I understand is that there's like an up and below thing that happens with these prefix sums, where one is adding and then one is like setting, right, with this equals. So one is adding and then one is setting. Now, do I know exactly how it works? Fucking no, but you know. So out, and then you just use this. Oh, I guess I can't call it out. Okay. I'm just going to assume that that is going to work fine, and hopefully it works fine. Now we have to write the same exact thing, but for the elements. However, I'm not going to do that one right now because we don't actually have any dynamic objects to test this on yet. So I'm just going to make this shader now. Yeah, you do want to call this not indirect prefix, but probably indirect arrays prefix, but we will allow it. We will allow it. And because I'm lazy, we will initialize it alongside this. Okay. I swear to God, if I get one more person that asks me why I'm using OpenGL, I think I might fucking At this point, I don't want to even use Vulkan out of spite. Like, if I got a new computer that I could run Vulkan on, I think I would just still use OpenGL, because I like people that use OpenGL, and everybody that uses Vulkan is like kind of a dick. Like, at least the people that I've come across. I don't know. Maybe that's just crazy. But whatever. Not render BC. Okay, so render, we are going to go here, and after this, we're going to have another dispatch for indirect prefix shader. Indirect prefix shader, and we will, n will be arrays indirect. Array offset. Array offset. Okay. Oh, you know what I just realized? We need to go in array dot instance count and save it into instance count. That's what we need to do. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait a second. We need to save it into base instance. I believe. Save it into base instance. Oh. Out array ID equals in array ID, and then change the base instance. Something like that. Something like this. Now I don't know if that's gonna work for us. Oh yeah, we need to make a new. We never made the SSBO that we need to do. We never made the SSBO. Dude, I think resting my eyes actually is OP. I think resting my eyes is fucking OP. Resting my eyes made me not feel nauseous today. I usually have like kind of nausea problems when I do these long streams. But yeah. Let's just not bind it to 6 until later. And then later we will bind it to 6. Okay. So we want to bind it to 6, and then afterwards we will bind that to 5, and then bind this back to 6, which is kind of funny, but do I have any clue what I'm doing? No. No, I don't. I apparently don't. Okay, so still awful. Still awful, not gonna lie. Still fucking terrible. But can we try using GL base instance? Please work. It's really so close to working. It really is. I mean, not really, but like we got like a whole hallway here and shit. This is actually exactly like it was before. So maybe this isn't even working. Okay, let's look at the stuff again. Fuck. It can't ever be easy, can it? Oh, wait a second. We don't bind the right one when we call the draw call. We don't bind out. I totally forgot that we're supposed to bind it like that, and we're not actually reading it as an SSBO. Doesn't really seem to be working, but doesn't really seem to be the same thing as we had before. God damn it. Yeah, this doesn't work at all when you use the raw GL instance ID. Shit. Let me make sure that I did the prefix sum correctly. Let's just look over it again before. I think I did it correct, but let's just in case, you know. Well. Oh yeah, let me try ID greater than or equal to array count return. Sucks because it feels kind of close, you know. Somewhat. I mean, not really, but The sucky thing is that we really have no idea of like knowing what they are, because we can't really read it back from the GPU. We could technically read it back from the GPU, but If we create it with flags and then get a pointer to it, we can technically read it back. Yeah, we could read it back, I guess. It's then just a problem of like having to GL finish and then read it back, but that's fine, I guess. It sucks to have to get another pointer though. But that's really the only way that we can debug it at this point. Oh boy. Okay. So now that we have that pointer, we can GL finish and then read it back, I think. Oh, we have to make it with GL read GL read bit. And so after we run this, I want to GL finish and then what the base instance is for each one. We want to get a draw arrays indirect command. Array indirect arrays out pointer I array base instance, and then let's see the count. Now I don't know if we're gonna be able to read it, but we'll see. What game am I developing? It's going to be an RPG with a combat system kind of similar to Wizardry 8. That's kind of how I imagine it. Oh yeah, I have to create it with GL map read bit. GL map persistent bit. Hopefully, I think that you can do this. Sounds nice, thank you. Yeah, if I ever get there, I'm kind of working on the engine as it is. Okay, so that's a bit problematic. That's a bit problematic. Now, I'm not really sure how serious that is, because I don't have anything to compare it against. And I think that if the values were that bad, then we wouldn't be rendering anything at all. Thank you with the good luck. I'm gonna need it. So I'm almost considering that reading it out like this is wrong. Like there might be some implicit padding or something in it. I don't know. So let's try both of them. Both of them are exactly the same. Doesn't matter if I do it this way. I think it does matter if I do it that way, but now we crashed. There's some fuckery going on here. There's some fuckery going on here. Okay, there we go. Okay, I figured it out. It's just some... Do I use sanitizers? Oh, F sanitize? Occasionally when there's a point when I need to. But, right now, not really the case. Okay, so let's take a look through it. So we have base instance and then count. So base instance here is 0. I shouldn't have done count. I meant instance count. And also, let me make sure that, make 100% sure that we are starting our base instance at 0. Just make absolutely sure of that. Okay. So we've 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. So our prefix sum cannot be working. Our prefix sum cannot be working because it ends at 7. And we want to have this at 1 here. Because you go through 1, this has an instance count of 1, and now this one has to start at 1. But instead, we seem to be lagging behind. Okay. Okay, well, that sucks. That fucking sucks a lot. I want to figure out why this isn't working for me. Why the naive one isn't working for me, to be honest. How many do we have? We have 30. We have 30 something. We can't be running out, right? Let's try 127, 128. No. Yeah, the same result. Yeah, I mean, mine matches their implementation, unless I'm doing something wrong. Weird. Maybe Hmm. Maybe we'll tell you the mistake. I'm I'm reading right now. Hmm. There's a forum post on it. Maybe there's a difference between maybe there's a difference between memory barrier shared. Memory barrier shared. Maybe I should try that. I don't know. I doubt it though. The AI overview gave a different thing. Maybe I should try that. Val equals IDX minus offset. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Uh-huh. Maybe you need a set. Maybe N is actually no, but this uh-huh. It's double buffered. But I mean, we have plenty of space, so that should work. Man, is it strange? Like maybe it only works with even numbers, possibly? I mean, maybe. Maybe it only works with even numbers. Let's try it the shitty way, and then we can try it this way. This way once we have it working. But the double barrier way is apparently it's apparently this here, and then you barrier, and then you add it to and after all, you're my Wonderwall. I don't know why Wonderwall is fucking stuck in my head. Let's see if we can do it the shitty way. The AI overview way, and then we can think about not doing it the shitty way. This is just the single buffered way, not the double buffered way. Assignment of incompatible types. Okay. Okay, that works, except that it's one extra. It's that did work. The problem is that it's one extra. Shit. Okay. I wonder if it was the memory barrier shared that did it. Let me try with the memory barrier shared. Maybe that was what did it. No. No. I don't know why this doesn't work. Okay, this works, but it's one extra than what I need it to be. I need it to start at 0. I don't know then. How would I even fix that? Because I can't just subtract 1 because it needs to be because the first instance count might be like 20 or whatever. You can't just Getting stutters in Cyberpunk. Are you asking me that question? I'm sorry, I only have a 1050 mobile. I don't know anything about that. Oh, I need... Okay. So I need to still shift it over 1. So I still need to do this. I still need to shift it over 1. Exactly. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we have it perfect. Wait, so does that mean that we're rendering correctly? Is it? No, this is not correct. This is not correct. It's close, but it's not quite my tempo. It's not quite my tempo. And after, wait, so if now it's the base instance is correct, then why, how does it not work? No, it's definitely this. I mean, this is mathematically the correct thing. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all. Okay, so the prefix sum works now. But we still aren't getting the right transform. Let's try just GL base instance. That might seem stupid, but no. You know what? Like, you know, there's no guarantee that we're in the same order. And so let's guarantee that we are 100% in the same order as it is. So let's just literally upload it with this. Upload it with everything else. Just upload it with everything else. We are going to have to get the mesh node. And we're gonna have to get the we're gonna have to get that, and then we're gonna have to do this at the end. And then just stop calling that function. And so now this will guarantee that we upload the exact order of the okay. Okay, I forgot to put it to 0. Is what I forgot to do. I forgot to put the transform count to 0. Wow, we've really went off the rails this stream, huh? Just hard coding it to 1 just to see. It's the same thing. Maybe there's secret padding somehow? I don't know. Yeah, geomap read bit is fine because, yeah. That shouldn't change anything. It's weird. I don't know. They should be in the same order. The arrays should be in the same order. As these should be in the exact same order. Yeah, I mean, if they're in the same order, then how? Let's try something else. Let's try GL draw ID. It should be equivalent. And it is equivalent. Looks pretty much identical. Are you planning to get a job soon? Yeah, I don't know. I doubt that it's the triple buffering that's I've got to assume that it is the matrix transforms, you know? I have to assume that it is, because... And I'm not... I'm not forgetting to multiply anything, right? I don't think I am. Don't think I am. And I have everything commented out, so it can't be anything with on that end. Hold on a second. No, this is correct. That's correct. They're in the same order, you know. And it all has one. It all has one. Everything is one. Maybe the instance counts aren't supposed to be one though. Maybe that's the problem. We could run the old code to see if I don't think that there is any instancing on this model. Yeah, everything is one. Everything is one. And there is 30 meshes, yeah. But don't we get 31 array offsets? Don't we get 31? How do we get 31 if there's only 30? That I don't get. If there's one extra, then it throws everything off. Why would there be one extra? I am correct, right? I think we get 31. But there's only 30 meshes. Does that mean that there is a submesh somewhere? Let me see what J is every time. J is always 0. Am I tripping out here? I mean, no, that makes sense. It's 0 to 30. The count should be 31. I'm just tripping out, I think. I think I'm just tripping out. What are we doing? I'm working on multi-draw indirect because I wanted to do point light shadows and I needed a way to cull them on the GPU. But it's getting the wrong transforms, which is a big problem. And you know, we're testing very simple things, right? So it's pretty much 1-to-1. I mean, it is just 1-to-1. The transforms and the draw commands are exactly 1-to-1, meaning that there's one instance per. So yeah. I remind you of Terry Davis. Thank you. Dude, that was some laundry. Seriously. That was some insane laundry. I mean, like an incredible, like you have a lot of laundry. That's crazy. Well, I'm glad that you survived. I'm not doing too well. Rip Terry, though. Oh, that's unlucky. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that is unfortunate. My old place had, you know, two machines for the whole building, but I lived in Queens and it was all kind of rich people, so that was pretty nice. I wasn't rich. I don't know how we had that apartment, by the way. That was like crazy that we had that apartment. It was just full of like rich, I don't know what jobs they had, like marketing, whatever. They were very rich, probably. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate, yeah. That's not great. It's really nice to live near the parents, you know. That is really nice. Maybe I'm fucking shit up by not having this commented in, huh? Maybe that's got something to do with it. No. No. I think we're one off somewhere. I think that's why over here everything seems correct and then it just falls apart somewhere. I think we're just one off. But I've checked the buffer too. I think we need to print out more of the buffer. So that's what I'm going to do next. You like this vibe? The me being kind of unhinged vibe? You missed me really get mad at this guy. I haven't been that mad in a long time. I got really mad at this guy. Poor guy. He just asked a question that so many people have asked me before, but he just got me on the wrong day. Today is just not the right day to ask me that question, you know. But that's fine. Oh, the graphics? Oh, thanks. It's just red. It is just the red color. Okay, so these numbers should be the same between both, and they are. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Second, these women use up to heaven. I don't know what I'm hoping to see here. Really. Oh, thank you. If you want to know, you know, literally what goes into this masterpiece, it is the color of 1, 0, 0, and 0.5 as the alpha so that we can see through it. But I appreciate the compliment. God knows I need it right now. Count in first. Why is first 1500 and not 1464? Is there something else that has 1464 in here? I don't think so. Oh no, because you add 36 and then you get 1500. I'm just being stupid. I'm just being really dumb. No, yeah, this is tightly packed. This is perfectly tightly packed. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, this just doesn't work at all. I think the base instance is the correct way to go about it, but it appears to fall apart somewhere. It's strange, you know, because they're in the same order. Maybe I need to Google this problem a little more. Oh, I didn't. Wait. Oh no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. We do the prefix sum, and the prefix sum is definitely correct. So the only thing that could be going wrong is, I don't know. It's almost like it just doesn't get the right number, even though I'm reading that it has the right number. I guess to debug this further, what I could do is, I mean, now we're getting really into it. I could do flat out int uint instance, and we just set instance to GL base instance plus GL instance ID. We're just getting to that point in the in the debugging where I need to sanity check this. Gonna rewrite it from scratch. Oh, the mesh importer that you're working on. Are you joking, or are you being serious that you're rewriting what you already wrote, or that you're talking about just your reasoning behind doing it in general? Okay. Now all the meshes should be the different colors. Okay. Okay. All the meshes are different colors now. Strangely enough, well, you know what? Let me get rid of these like the insane amount of debug printouts that I have going on, because it's really killing my my feel. Okay, so strangely enough, I thought that these would be dark because they're early on in the array before things go awry, but they're actually bright. Oh, so you're gonna give it a shot again. I see. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I hope that it's not too painful to do everything over again. But I mean, sometimes it is a good idea to just give it a shot again, using what you know now, that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you started just trying to figure things out as you went along, and then you realized, oh, knowing what I know now, I can do it a lot better. Hold on a second. 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 Did I just figure it out? Oh my god, I figured it out. Oh my god, it took so long. Okay. Okay, we can breathe. We can breathe. It's finished. It's finished. Excellent. Excellent. Ultimate victory. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so happy we cannot do that anymore. I'm so glad that that's over. I'm really, really glad that that's over. So, something interesting here. So why didn't this work before when we had, when we had upload instances instead of this? Why didn't this work? Because I had it the correct way before. Oh no. Yeah, I had it this way before, and this way should be in the correct order as well. I guess it's not in the correct order. I guess it doesn't end up in the correct order. Strange. If I just hardcode 0 because all of this should be 0, does this change anything? Alright, peace out. Thanks for hanging out, and enjoy the laundry. I guess that it ends up in a different order. Okay. Ends up in a different order. How do you end up in a different order? Meshes frame eye. Okay, so let's use the same thing. Let's use the exact same thing then. use the exact same thing then. It's just meshes in frame, meshes this frame, meshes in frame. No. Now why? Why are you in a different order here? So the way I upload it. Bind buffer range. Oh, it's the sorting. It's the sorting. Oh, it's the sorting. Oh, it's the sorting. Aha, I see. Okay, so that's what was going wrong the whole time, is that we have that sorting. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah. So yeah, that's the tricky thing, is that if you want this, all of that data to just like stay on the GPU and not re-upload it every frame, that's difficult, because how do you sort things then? I don't know how you would sort things if you do it that way. Because you need it to match. Okay. Need it to match. Need it to match. So then in this case, I think we just keep it for now. But yeah, I thought that you could just do this once. But that's the whole purpose of having the command ID. Ah, but I guess the transforms end up mattering, because they're all tied together. Yeah, that's the hard part, is that maybe you perform the sort on the GPU then, and then sort the commands later. I'll have to keep investigating how to do it. I mean, it's surely possible to do it in an efficient way. But yeah, I mean, this has been a very enlightening stream, even though I feel like I didn't get a ton like accomplished. I think I did figure something out, at least. Now the problem is that we don't have materials. You would have to absolutely do bindless for this to work. So there's an immense amount of downsides to it. But the good thing is that you can do the point light shadows now fairly painlessly, because I don't know. Because you can perform the culling per frustum. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. If you sort them once, can't you just match them up later? Can you just match them up later? Hold on. If we already sorted the draw commands and we sort them once, can't we just replicate it again? If you go through draw command count and then get the draw command and then just use that as an indirection into here. Just use that as an indirection into there. And then see if this works. If this works, I mean, that's huge. That is huge. It should. It does work. Oh, that's the solution. Okay, that's the solution. Okay. And now, for the next thing here, is that this create and sort draw commands only happens on a dirty flag. So if yeah, let's have a global flag for this. Let's call it draw dirty. So draw dirty flag. Extern bool draw dirty. And we want to flip this on a init. Let's just flip it here. Keep going. This seems pretty productive. Thank you. Let's just flip it to true on the init. And then if draw dirty, we create and sort draw commands and then upload instance data. And this has to be after determine mesh visibility, but we're going to get rid of that, obviously. And then we should only have to upload instances once per frame with that sorting. And so we only sort once, but we upload, and then we only upload triple buffered for once. Okay. 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 I like the idea. I do like the idea. I do get it now. I get it now. Okay, so that's the idea. That's the idea. That's the idea. Okay, so we only create and sort once. Now we're gonna have to, if we're gonna stick with this, we're gonna have to do some changes here. Create and sort draw commands. Let's keep the old versions of these functions around, by the way. That's important. Create and sort draw commands doesn't need to take in any of this because it's going to just do all of them. It's not going to do any visibility. Obviously, it's just going to sort every mesh that we have. So it's just going to get rid of this, and then we'll just go we'll just do that. Okay, I can finally breathe knowing that I'm not going to die not knowing how to do multi-draw indirect. So I can finally breathe knowing that. Okay. Can I get rid of this? I think I can. Okay. Now you do want to go for each sub mesh here. That's important. Now we do still have to implement the prefix sum for, yeah, this is rendered to cube map face. We're not even going to worry about that yet. We do have to perform the prefix sum for the other stuff. I also have no clue how to do the shadow map, by the way. That I also have, like, as you know, zero clue how to do. Actually, it's not impossible, you know. You just do the same thing. Yeah. Let's just try it. Hammer is an option. Why would I use hammer? Yeah, let's just try it. Let's try to do the multi-draw indirect just for the shadows, and then see if the shadows work. I've had to like tear up my entire code base to get this working, by the way. But we got it working eventually. Okay. So let's try to re-enable the shader. It turns out that I don't have the undo history to re-enable the shader, so you're just gonna have to bear with me while I try to do that. All right, peace, Ben. Okay. Okay. Why are we drawing nothing? Why are we drawing nothing? Let's just not do that. Okay. Let's do no lights, right? Do no lights, no nothing. How about let's go back to doing nothing? Okay. So let's figure out what is the problem. Okay, so something is the problem. What is the problem? Let's try. Just albedo? Oh, right. Right. Yeah, and this is the problem. This is why you have to actually do, albedo text now. And you have to actually do bindless now. Which I don't like doing, so I don't really like doing it, so hopefully there's a way around this later. Okay, still. We are still. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Is it because I did that? That would be really stupid if it was because I did that. Why is it all yellow? And it was all... Sorry. I apologize. Oh yeah, maybe going to the default material. Maybe going to the default material. This material. We need to get that material. Our int material needs to actually come from a flat out int material with a capital M. This guy looks so realistic. Thank you. Flat out int material, and we will pass it based on material equals TRS. Well, let's just get transform TR equals TRS. and then just use that. tr.mat oh wait, do I not actually, I don't actually have that in here. I need another SSBO. What SSBO is that has the material? It's called mesh node data. So it's in here, and we have the indirection into it with mnid. Mesh node mn equals mn's tr.mnid, and then this goes mn dot material, and that gives us it. God, my GPU is fucking freaking the fuck out and won't stop. I need to jostle it. Please stop. Please stop yelling. It's just so loud. I know it's loud. Okay, so now that we get that material, then use material with a capital M. Implicit cast. Oh yeah, let's just make it a uint material then. Hey, what's up, Goboder? Okay, material is already defined at 64. Oh, the type material. Okay. 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 We'll just call it Matt. How about that? Sorry about the GPU sound. I know it's annoying. I can't actually get rid of it, the fucking fan, so it's nothing I can do. It's just like this now. What? Oh yeah, we're mad because I didn't do this. Subscribe to me, thank you. I appreciate that. Flat cannot apply to this type. What are you talking about? Oh, flat in. Okay. I mean, this is closer to what it's supposed to look like. I mean, it's like, you know, but there's no texture. There's no UVs. Why is there no UVs? Oh, because I don't pass the UVs. Oh, you're so right. You are so right. Look at you. You're so right. What can I do that is not going to break everything in here? I think that we can do the normals. The normals don't touch anything. The normals are fine. And the probe stuff should be fine. God, I've got some junk in here that I have to get rid of. Hopefully this is all fine. Undefined variable vfrag pause like space. Undefined variable light proj. Oh. You're very correct. Okay, we have the texture. We have the texture. Now can we get lighting on the texture? That's step 2. That is step 2. We are in the home stretch. We didn't actually render it. I have hot loaded shaders, by the way. I just don't give a shit. Oh, god fucking damn it. That might be a problem. Let's just get rid of everything that isn't this, huh? Okay, this is now officially a problem. Let's just get rid of all of this because technically it's not possible to do it. Okay, so what is the problem? What is the problem? Tell me it right now. What do I think about Nim? I don't really like new languages, unfortunately. It's just not my sort of thing. But I'm sure Nim is cool. I have no clue what part of this is shitting the bed. I have no clue what part of it is shitting the bed. Get rid of this, by the way. Get rid of this. Just do direct diffuse, which should be black. Something that it touches is fucking going down the shitter. Okay. We're gonna have to. Oh wait, why is what is my problem? I have a big problem. I have a big problem in life, and it's not remembering that I changed that. Okay, there we go. Okay, we have flickering. There is some. There is some. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Stop. Settle down. The walls have artifacts. You're telling me that is the fault with a 1000 line shader? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm setting up multi-draw indirect for point light shadows. What? Like, bro, what are you... Whatever, dude. Yeah, so there's something that is causing it to freak out. And I wonder if it's because it's trying to sample a light map when we haven't baked one yet and we don't have a dummy in place that's bound. Possibly not. I don't know. Oh, also get rid of this. Get rid of this is because this, we don't have the ability to sample that. What could be causing it to freak out? Well, get rid of the specular stuff. Get rid of the specular stuff. And get rid of this. Get rid of the emissive and the emissive strength. And then this. And let's just run the direct lighting and the indirect. I need to figure out what... Okay, it's still freaking out. Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's still freaking out. I'm gonna guess that it's a final indirect that's the problem, but I don't know why. Or it's AO. But AO samples USAO, SSAO, and that should be nothing. Okay, so let's just try without that, and then let's just start eliminating it one by one. Okay, it's still bugging out. Right? No? It bugged out in the beginning. Like when you start, it like flickers. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's still. I guess we can get rid of the AO and then see. I mean, it shouldn't be sampling anything. Yeah, it still flickers. But it doesn't flicker with just this, right? No, it is. It is flickering. Hmm. I wonder if some reason the clusters don't want to play nice with this. Maybe there's something that I'm forgetting to re-enable. I don't know. Maybe there's something buggy with GL base instance. Maybe. But it for sure isn't happening with no lighting, right? Let me just make sure on that. Yeah, it isn't happening with no lighting. So yeah. Yeah, then I think it has to have to do with the cluster then. I don't know what could have affected the cluster though. Okay, finally the GPU shut the fuck up. What did I do that might have fucked with the clusters? I don't think anything that I did touched it. But that's, I mean, that's really the only thing that I could think of that would be touching it. Well, we have a debug shader here that I made before where we can see the clusters. So let's just see if, this is correct. And this isn't flickering. So it's not that. If I just hard code in lights 0, let's see, no, we still flickered. It's like something is going out of bounds or something. Even with this hard-coded at 0, really? I guess that we won't flicker if I do this. Right? Yeah. So the cluster count goes out of bounds. Wait a second. Does this any tip? I don't think I'm a pro. I appreciate that though. Yeah. The tip I would give is to just make things worth making and don't make them to become good at programming or whatever. Just make stuff that, you know, the world needs. Let's try getting rid of this. Who knows? We changed a lot of stuff. We may have had a bug that we didn't know was a bug, and now the GPU is just mad at us. I think that is pretty possible. It also might be mad that we are basically straddling the SSBO limit constantly, so there's also that. I am coding in Helix, which is a terminal text editor. No, it's still flickered. It's strange that it happens right when we start, which is interesting. Almost makes me want to try this. Or this. Okay. I think that fixed it. Hold on. Let me just let us try re-enabling some stuff real quick and seeing. Okay, I think we're happy now. I think we're happy. Let's bring back all of the lights. I don't know why I keep fucking exiting instead of just reloading the shader. It looks nice, thank you. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Okay, we can breathe. We can breathe. I think we can breathe. Okay. Now, the issue is that we don't have an instance VBO to give us certain data like we used to. We don't have, for instance, the A skin offset, the A directional light, and the A spotlight. Those things, we don't know how to get that, to be honest, which kind of sucks, because we don't have the light culling anymore on the CPU. So we don't really know how to do that. I guess it's, if we were to do it simply, what we could do is when we call this function called do I even have it anymore? I don't think I have it anymore. Determine light visibility per mesh. What we could do is defer this until upload instances and then just do it then. And then store it with the instance data inside of that structure. Inside of this structure here, we could have just these two things that give you the per instance data. In fact, that's exactly what we'll do. We will have a UVec2 with spotlights, UVec2 with directional lights. Really, you're only going to have one directional light at once, but that's just how we made the pipeline. So deal with it. And then afterwards, you want the skin offset, I believe. Right. And then we have everything set up with what we had before. And then you just have a pad 0 there, and then that's our new struct. And so let's go and put that on the CPU. Oh my god, I'm so glad that we got this figured out, because I was so confused. I don't have a UVec2. I don't have a UVec2. Hello, sir. What's up? Okay. How does it feel to be a champ coding with OpenGL and all? Thank you. It feels good. Thank you. I don't hear that very often. You know what I hear very often? Dustmite, why don't you use Vulkan? Are you a noob? Are you new to programming? Is that why? I've literally heard this like 3 times today. So I'm very, very glad to hear that from you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. So, to get it to there, we need to determine light visibility per mesh. And instead of doing this, we don't actually need this. Well, we do need this because it's just into there. Okay, but we have it on the MN actually. We have it on the MN. So we don't even have to worry. Yeah, we don't even have to worry about that. When we upload instances, all we have to do is transform count dot directional lights equals UVec2 MN directional light count MN directional light offset. And I really hope that it's in that order, or else I'm going to cry. How do I check the order on that? It is, drum roll please, where is it? The offset is first, everyone, and I was fucking wrong. Does it truly matter at the end of the day? It doesn't matter, but it matters to people who have no clue what the fuck that they're talking about. But, you know, as with everything, what can you do? Okay. And the skin offset, I have no clue how to get the skin offset. I don't think that I have it on here. I have a skin, but it's not the skin offset. That's actually from the draw command, and so the draw command could write straight into MN like it does here. And then we could just get that done here because I just want to get that done as well. So let's just go to mesh node and let's just put inside of here skin offset, and then let's just put this in here, right straight into it. Working in RPG Maker. Skin offset equals current command skin offset. Okay, there we go, and now we can get that from here, and we're happy campers. Started learning OpenGL. What's wrong with Vulkan? There's nothing wrong with Vulkan. I don't have hardware that can run Vulkan because I'm poor, you know? And so I don't like it when people make fun of me for using OpenGL. You know, it just bothers me. But I have nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Vulkan. If you want to write modern code that runs fast on modern hardware, then you should be writing Vulkan, right? You know? But I have a 1000 series GPU on a laptop. You know what I mean? So I can't write Vulkan. So that is the world that I live in, you know. Okay. So I need to change this struct. That's what I was going to do. God, we're gonna have some serious fucking cleaning up to do after I'm done with this. So our skin offset, right? So this will be mn dot, or this is actually on tr dot skin offset, and then you do that, and then you do this and that, yeah. And then, yeah, this is this skin offset. So you need to do this over there. Do I also do a job or have any side hustle? I don't currently. No, I don't. My inbox is filled with AI bullshit, though. So if any AI wants to send more fucking horseshit into my business email, then, you know, feel free. You know, it's open. I'm currently on Windows. I can't code on Linux anymore. The NVIDIA drivers suck. This is Helix. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know how the skin matrices work. Yeah, I think that this is fine. This is fine, actually. This is completely fine. Now we just have to set the directional light and spotlight from the thing. I want to make these UVec2s so that I can just... How long have I been doing dev? Well, I started programming like 9-10 years ago, but I've been doing graphics programming for 2 years. So just about that much. I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you. Okay, so maybe we get directional lights now. I'm not sure. At least I can die knowing that I did multi-draw indirect. That's pretty cool. I didn't make this one. The point light doesn't matter. Okay. Now the question is, do we have a directional light? Oh my god, this fucking bug is happening again. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Why is that bug happening again? I thought that we fixed this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that is coming from. Still. That's tough. That's tough. You know what it might be? Maybe not. Because we're triple buffering it, right? We are triple buffering it. So I doubt that it's that, actually. We can get rid of this, right? Yeah, I totally forgot also. We don't have the shadow map on. We don't. Ooh. Tough one. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. We never rebind. We never rebind this to 5. We never rebind that to 5, which probably matters. In fact, you should bind it here. And you should bind this over here. And then bind that there, and then rebind this is fine. Yeah. That was probably why. Possibly. Come on, do it again. Show me the bug. Fork it over. Okay, no bug. No bug. Yeah. Yeah, no bug. No bug so far. I think that's it. I think that's it. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that's fine. Hopefully that was the issue. Okay, now my GPU won't shut up. Okay. Now can we I did have the directional light here, but it doesn't appear to be. Wait a second. It affected a sliver for like one second. It affected a sliver of the geometry. Okay. Okay. Don't multiply it times shadow because we don't have any shadow. That might be important, possibly important. Okay, no, nothing. Just to make sure that we're sampling something, I think that this is lights 1, maybe lights 0. Okay, so that is working. Okay, so we have no directional light count. No directional light count. Okay. And we do TR directional lights, right? Okay. And we set those somewhere. When I upload instances, I light offset and then the count. And I'm sure that 100% sure that it's offset and then count. It is offset and then count. Let's just hard code it. Let's just hard code it just to make sure. So the offset in the buffer is 0 and the count is 1. So let's just see if I hard code it. What materials would I recommend for graphics programming? So a lot of like random good ones. I think like GPU gems is pretty good. Okay, so this works. It's just not getting the right one. GPU gems is good. I've used for my terrain stuff, for my procedural terrain, and for the atmospheric scattering things that I did. A lot of random, GitHubs, like the one that I just used for clusters. I think like if you want to just start with OpenGL, you can do like learn OpenGL, and that's pretty much like the bread and butter for all of the basics, right? But it really depends on what you need to implement or learn. It's just random stuff. There's no like handbook guide or whatever. Okay, so why does the directional light offset, directional light count not work? Why does that not work? That's weird. Wait a second. Light indices directional. How do I do this? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see. How do I get motivated? Well, I don't really like do a lot of distractions or whatever, I just don't really. I like coding, so it's what I enjoy doing, so that's why I do it. You know what I mean? OpenGL does work on Linux. Yeah, it works on everything. That's kind of what's good about it. So if oh, yeah, offset isn't the offset actually. The offset isn't actually, can't actually be hard coded to 0. Really, we don't even want all of this code anymore because of the clusters thing. We really just want to test the directional light, but I guess that this is weird. It's weird. I don't know, because this wasn't a problem before, because we uploaded it per instance. Directional light count, directional light offset. And then we uploaded it here. Oh, maybe it's in a different order or something. Maybe not. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe not. No, because it's tied to the MN. Oh, also, this is commented out for some reason. Huh, that was weird. You always feel like playing games when you start coding? Yeah, that's rough. I guess I was like that when I was younger, I guess. I don't know. Once I got older, I just kind of stopped playing a lot of games. I think that's just the way it goes. I'm not doing anything stupid, right? Oh. Well, I mean, I probably overwrote them here anyway, right? I don't know how that works. Hopefully. I mean, I hope that was the bug. I don't know. Please. I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna work. No. Yeah, it's weird, you know. What would affect that? And I did set it up right? Directional light, spotlights, skin offset, pad 0. I mean, it should be good. It should be good. I did it in the same order, right? I did do it in the same order. When did I start 3D programming? Like 2 years ago, probably. Year and a half, 2, something like that. Fuck, man. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be at this point. Maybe it just literally wasn't meant to be at this point. Just in the odd case, I don't know. Just in the odd case that, just in the very odd case that determine light visibility per mesh, only do it when we, oh, wait a second. Yeah, you fucking bastard. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Okay, got it. I forgot that we aren't culling here, so you have to just do this. I used to pre-cull on these, so that's why. Oh, dude. Fucking went right over my head, that one. Oh, you fucking bastard. Okay, no, this makes sense. This makes sense. You have to do this once per frame. You have to do this once per frame. So you can't just do it inside of the thing. You have to do it outside of the thing. Where did this used to be is the question. And does the order matter? I don't think it does. But we're just going to put it there. I'm going to start when I was 16. Yeah. So like 9 years ago. Oh, this is the wrong... Wait. Oh my god. I was doing like Minesweeper and stuff. That's what I was kind of doing. Okay, so that works now. And let's get the... Let's try to see if we have a shadow map. Let's just try to see if we have a shadow map. I stopped programming for many years. I went to music school. Don't go to music school. We don't have a shadow map. Okay. Okay, we don't have a shadow map. Why? Why? Why would we not have a shadow map? What do we do during our regular draw call that we don't do there, huh? We don't do a lot. Okay. What kind of games? I want to make a 3D RPG in the style of kind of Wizardry 8, but also kind of, I don't know, surreal and trippy, I guess, is like what I'm going for. Yeah, I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Oh, duh. Why did I not think of that? Oh, duh. Yeah, we obviously need to get this model matrix, not that model matrix. And so we need to fetch it in the same manner that we do here using transform tr tr.mat. That's where the money is. That's fucking weird. Okay, we have shadows. Okay. People like weird? That's disgusting. I don't know. That's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Okay. So we can get rid of the instance VBO now. We can get rid of it completely. Kind of too scared to get rid of it completely because of what it might break, but yeah, we could theoretically get rid of it completely. We don't have support yet for the elements for not static meshes, but technically it should just be one other draw pass, theoretically. Alright, peace out. Theoretically. Okay. Okay. Well, we implemented multi-draw indirect. The problem is with it that we are stuck at 460 now. For two reasons, because of base instance and also because of we require bindless. Which sucks. That sucks. Bad. That sucks really bad. So we are stuck at 460 if we continue with this pattern. So, but yeah. So I guess we can do it for the non-static meshes next. It shouldn't be as hard as the static ones because we've already got everything set up. The tricky thing with it is that we have to do a prefix sum separately over them, and that's kind of gnarly. But we also have to do this per face when we do the point light shadows. So there's also that. Basically what we're going to do is we'll pass into this cold draw calls shader. We'll pass a frustum in all of the planes, and then it will call to it. And that'll be nice. But I'm just thinking, like, how do I abstract this now? How do I abstract this? Oh, it's so hard. It is so hard. Upload instances. We upload all of the instances once, and then call cold draw calls, and then all of this. So you would basically do this in a loop. Yeah. So basically, you would need to pass in you're gonna have to do we're gonna have to do a separate thing for the point light shadows. We can't reuse it because this does every instance. And we need a certain amount of instances. So we would actually have to have another command buffer. Two of these command buffers. I think two brand new ones just for the point light shadows. I think so. That get changed because these you just want to do once. You just want to do them once so that they don't change. What's the keyboard setup? Yeah, you do that. Yeah, I don't really know what's in it because it's it was made a long time ago. I made it a long time ago. Made it a long time ago. Yeah. So I know that we said point light shadows was going to be done today, but I don't think so. Because I think we're going to need another 2 buffers that are kind of scratch buffers for each of them. And then per point light, you'll push the indirect arrays to the GPU. Or no. No, yeah. Yeah, as long as you... Yeah, never mind. Is there any conventional for shit? Sometimes I see camel case with Pascal and Snake. There isn't really. I mean, for shaders, pretty much everybody uses camel, especially for uniforms. Pretty much everyone does uniforms like this, or at least that's what you should be doing. And then for vertex attributes, it should be A, right? But beyond that, you can do whatever. I've changed to doing my my varying this way, although a lot of people do it this way. I like it this way now because it just stands out more. But really you can do whatever. But yeah, that's okay. So yeah, I think that you can just submit a different set of instances into a separate SSBO, and then those would be fine. Right? Or maybe you just send an array of indices. Maybe you just have an SSBO that's just the indices of which ones are actually... You could even just have that as a uniform. Just like 64 indices of meshes that are nearby. And then only check those. The meshes that are within the radius. So you could do that. How about instead of thinking about it, we just write the fucking code? How about that? Well, there's a lot of code to write before we get to that, to be honest. It's actually not that much code. But you know what? Oh, you know what? We need to zero the... Actually, that's probably why my GPU is complaining. We don't actually zero the... We don't actually zero them ever. We don't actually zero the commands. Yeah, we never zero the what I'm talking about is that we never zero the indirect commands. They never get zeroed. So we just keep on incrementing them and drawing them more and more and more and more and more. We never zero them. Be fairly simple to zero them, but then you probably want to triple buffer them, huh? I like the fact that we kind of just set it and forget it, to be honest. But I don't think that there's a way to get around it. I mean, without something janky, what I just thought about is doing is super janky. Could we actually do that? Just set out array id dot in array id dot instance count equals 0. Oh, that's cheeky. That is so cheeky. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Smart. Smart. Let's just make sure that I didn't break anything here. But when we do the prefix sum, we can just set it to 0 and reset it to 0 so that it doesn't increment into oblivion. Yeah. Smart little thing. I think my GPU is just pissed off though. That's why we're kind of laggy. Okay. That resets it to 0. So yeah, you wanna. Okay, so if we were like, let's just write it out. So okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about the whining on the fucking GPU. I've been really putting it through the fucking meat grinder. Okay. So we want to cull them all to all meshes to the frustum. It's okay. Thank you, Wellen. I want to cull all of them to not the frustum, to the sphere. So I need to just test AABBs against the sphere. So we just want to go. We need to go through all of the mesh nodes. Well, technically you would do a BVH traversal here, but we're not going to worry about that right now. That's a little bit a little bit too complex for me right now. We're just gonna do this quick and dirty just to see what it would look like. I don't think we're actually writing the code right now. We're just thinking, what is this going to look like? Okay, so we need to get the mesh ABB. And of course, if mn mesh is -1, continue. We want to get a array to we'll just have a define max meshes per shadow. We'll just have 32 for now, just to keep it light and simple. So we'll have we want to have these here. Okay. Okay, so we want to transform the ABB. So ABB A equals MABB. We want to A equals transform A by the MN global matrix, and then we want to test the sphere against the ABB, and I already have this from the cluster culling code. It's going to be exactly this, but we'll just do it on the CPU this time. Okay, so let's just see what we have to do here. So we'll just take in this. We're going to clamp between min and max. I don't have a clamp vec3. We can make that in a second. And then we just need to light pause from closest point. And that's very simple. So now I don't really want to make a clamp vec3. It shouldn't really be necessary, but we can make it really quick. I don't know how to do it fast, so we'll probably just do it slow. We want to write a vec3 max, and then we'll probably just combine the two, right? Right. Or just don't. Just do. Okay, there you go. Vec3 clamp. Okay, so if test sphere ABB with the light pause with L radius against the A, we have to make it a thing. I'm very sorry. Are we going to use the min and the max again? No, we probably won't. So let's just do it like this. A dot min x. Once again, I'm very sorry. I don't know why I didn't make this. I think I was high when I wrote that. Just kidding. God fucking damn it. Okay. Okay. Do I need the light? Oh, light pause. Okay. So if test sphere A, B, B, we want to put it onto MIDs. And we want to use the MNID. Okay, so now we have all of the, we also want to say if MID count greater than or equal to max meshes per point light shadow, then we want to break, okay, just to be safe. We're not going to ever use this limit. Once again, we're just sketching it out here. Okay. So now we have all of the MIDs, and I'm just going to pass this as a uniform to the shader, which is kind of expensive. We could use a UBO to do it. But at the end of the day, you need to upload this per point light, right? So you're kind of fucked either way, to be honest. I hate to say it, but you're kind of fucked either way. Now, you could just have an SSBO that you write to here. You kind of want to do this on the GPU, actually. Wait, why don't you just do this on the GPU? What's stopping you from doing this on the GPU? What is stopping you? What is stopping you? Wait, nothing is stopping me from doing this on the GPU. What the fuck is wrong with me? What the fuck is wrong with me? What? The fuck is wrong? Why didn't I do this on the GPU? What? Yeah, that's definitely how you're supposed to do this. Why am I stupid? Oh god. You just have to write a new... You just have to write a new shader. It's going to be similar to our cold draw calls, but we're just going to do it again. And this time it will be with both the sphere bounds and the frustum. And you just do the sphere bounds first for a broad phase sort of thing. And then you're just home free. I don't know why the fuck I didn't do this on the GPU. Why the fuck didn't I do this on the GPU? What is wrong with me, huh? What is wrong with me? So we get the MN, and the MN has our max and our min, which is exactly what we need to perform the thing. The max and the min, by the way, let's just make sure that the max and the min, we don't transform those. Those are the raw A, B, B. Exactly. That's exactly what you fucking want. Okay, so we want to transform the max and the min. So max equals the... Oh, you know what? Let's just do that right now. Let's set these to 1. What the fuck was I thinking? Put these at 1. They're points. Okay, so you want to do the tr.mat times mn.min, and it's that simple. And then you do the same with the max, and now you have your transform points. And now we just copy and paste test sphere AABB, and we're already culling. We're already fucking culling. So if not test sphere AABB light pause, we're gonna take in light pause and light radius as uniforms. Oh, thank God it shut up. We will also take in like this. I don't think that we can actually call things min and max. I think that they're reserved. So I default to mmin, and actually you can. You totally can. Then we're just going to return, and then otherwise we will atomic add the draw array commands. And then we'll just draw onto the thing. But we also have to write the frustum culling code, but we're not even going to worry about that right now. We're not even going to worry about that. That's the code. Like, what the fuck was I... Why was I so fucking stupid that I was about to do this on the CPU? So you do the compute pass here. And then you just draw per face. Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. What all do I need to abstract away for this to be a possibility? We need to abstract col draw calls shader. We need to abstract this away. No, don't abstract this away. This is the equivalent of this. We need indirect prefix shader to happen after this. And then we upload our fake UBO data into the cam to do the draw call. Is that it? Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think that's it. We do have to make this a new thing. So let's make a new shader. Let us make a new shader. Thank God we don't have to make a new SSBO. We've made enough SSBOs, I think, for 2 lifetimes today. So we're gonna call this col. What did I call it? I wish I could see what I called it. I don't want to BCO. I'll just BC this. Col point lights. Okay, almost there. Col point light shadows. That's what I called it. Col point light shadows shader. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Good stuff, guys. Okay, so we will initialize this now. Okay. Did I ever set up the FBO and the did I ever? I did. It's my lucky day. Wait, I set this up like it feels like I set this up like maybe a year ago. That's what it feels like. It feels like I set this up a year ago. To be honest. The good thing is that I think that we can actually just reuse the shadow map shader. So that's cool. Wait, are we actually gonna get the point light shadows done? No way. You're lying that we're actually gonna get this done today. I thought we were doomed, but I mean, I'm feeling good about it, to be honest. I'm feeling pretty fucking good about it. Okay. I'm too scared to get rid of it, but whatever. So we want to we're gonna need to do the Col point light shadows shader here, and then we need to GL bind frame buffer, GL frame buffer, point light shadows FBO, GL viewport 00 point light shadows size. Yeah, exactly. GL frame buffer texture. Okay, how do I do the layer again with the fucking thing? Let me see how I do it with the cube map. You do frame buffer texture layer. That one's a natural one. You gotta know about that one. So this one is, we're gonna do GL depth attachment, and we'll do point light shadows CMA. And let me just go over here and see. We did 6 times max point light shadows CMA. So 6 times this plus J. And J is what we're about to do. So this is our 6 faces. Really, you don't have to cull against the full thing right away. I mean, we can just do it once and that's chill. And then we just draw. We just fucking draw. Isn't that just beautiful that we just fucking draw? Oh my god, it's Christmas. It's fucking Christmas. Oh my god, we might actually get it done. Dude. Dude. We might actually get this shit finished today. My god. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited to see some point light shadows. Holy shit. The payoff is insane. The most fun thing about all of this is that honestly, this was probably completely pointless, to be honest. Multi-draw indirect, it probably, like, the performance increase that we're probably gonna see here is very minimal, and it's honestly fairly sad that we've gone through so much pain. What is happening? Well, I implemented a lot of things today that brought me a lot of sadness, and we're about to reap the benefits of the torture. Okay, hopefully. Now, you know, if it wants to throw some more curveballs my way, then it can definitely do that, right? Okay. L pause that X. L pause dot Z. Okay. We need U light radius 1F L radius K. Okay. Okay, so now per one, all we have to do is do the camera bullshit just like we do for this. We have to do the camera bullshit. Which sucks. We just do the camera bullshit. It's not that big of a deal. What? You never done some camera bullshit before? What? Loser? Idiot? Come on. It's not that hard. It's just some camera bullshit. So we just make one projection matrix. That one's easy. And now I'm just gonna copy exactly what we got going on for the reflection probes, okay? Nice and easy. No big deal. Okay, this pause is just gonna be the light pause. Okay, that one's easy. That one's easy. No big problem. We are gonna want a clear color. Yeah. Gonna want a clear color, and I think we're pretty golden. We're fucking golden, bro. We just have to call the old hermit on his little cell phone and tell him it's time to come to dinner. I don't know what the fuck I just said. Okay. Boom. Boom. Fucking boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I don't know what I just wrote. I don't know where I am. Okay. Right point light shadows. Is this working? Is this working with the multi-draw indirect? No clue. We're gonna pretend like it is. Okay? So every frame for now, we're just gonna call right point light shadows. Oh wait, we have to upload it to the UBO. You're so right. Oh, right, we have to use the shader, too. You're so right. You're so fucking right. Okay, so we're not going to use light cam. We're going to use sky cam. .cam data, okay. and bind buffer range and upload it like so. And then we could also bind these as uniforms if that gives us a problem. It may give us a problem actually, which would be kind of sucky, kind of really sucky. That would really sucky. But hold on. My mind is blank as to what I was about to do. Right. We just use program. Shadow map shader dot program, and I don't think that it takes in any uniforms, right? No, we just use GL coalface, disable, and we're good to go. We're good to go. I'm just gonna bind everything just because we're safe people and we like being safe. Isn't that right, everybody? We just like being safe. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie 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 dokie. I'm just gonna call right point light shadows. We're calling right point light shadows. Holy fucking shit. There's just no way. There's just no way. There's just no way we're calling right point light shadows. Holy fucking shit. There's just no way, bro. There's just no way. Okay, are we out of texture slots? I sure hope not. I don't think we are. I think we're chilling. I think we're chilling. Chilling. Texture cube map array. Point light shadows CMA. And we're gonna GL get uniform location. Okay. For the program with the name UPLSCMA. Now, some might say that that's a stupid name, okay? But I say to them, you have a stupid name. How about that, huh? You want to throw hands? I think you have a stupid name. Okay. How do I sample this? How do you sample it? Because you need the frag pause light space, but for the point light shadow. Wait, how do you sample it? Do you need them in an SSPO? The fucking matrices? The fucking... Oh, wow. Me too. OpenGL is too much for me. Oh, no. Okay. In your lighting paths fragment shader, subtract the light's world position from the fragment's world position. Use that 3D vector to look up the depth value from the cube map. Okay. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. 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 So. Okay. So we have L pause minus pause. We want the opposite. So let's just do pause minus L dot pause. Just this, okay? And then this is what we use to get the depth. Okay. Okay. And then can I just do this the cheap and stupid way? I don't have to do this the crazy way. Can I just do it can I just do Oh, I don't want to do anything crazy here. I need the boilerplate for this right now. Okay, so I need the far plane that was used to write into the thing. So I can just hard code that then. Okay, but I need to, so the function is current depth is the length of op divided by the far plane, which is 100, I believe. I'm not sure what I put it at. It might actually be view far, but I'm not sure. What is volcano? What is the syntax for for array layer plus, yeah, what is the reference depth is this, and reference depth is, oh, it's a float. It's a float. It's just being fucking, see, this is some AI fucking horse shit here, plus a vec4 shadow reference. Dude, that's just a float. Shut the fuck up. Dude. So you use this current depth here. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Yeah. Yeah. And then we just, okay. I think it's cube shadow array, right? It's not cube shadow array. Okay, it's cube shadow then. U PLS CMA. So let's just make sure what the far plane is correct. I have to find where the function is again for it. Okay. So when I set up this projection matrix, I put it to 100 actually. So it's at 100. Okay. So I have no clue if this is going to work. Like zero fucking clue. I probably missed a lot of things. A lot of mistakes probably. But I mean, we can just give it a shot and then see what I missed as we go along, probably. We want to make sure that we bind these again at over here. All right, let's give it a shot. How long have I been programming? About 8 years. Okay, everything is 0. Everything is 0. And we are lagging quite a bit. How about this? Just for simplicity's sake, let's just have just one light. Just one point light, because I don't really know how this is going to work. Okay. How are we going to figure this out? Well, I need to know if I'm drawing anything to it. I really am worried that it's this. That's the problem. To guarantee it, I could technically do a GL finish here, just for us when we're debugging here, just to make sure that each time it's clear. Okay, so it still is nothing, so we can be sure about that. Oh yeah, something else, something else. We have to actually change the rotate the vector. And the rotation is this this way. Okay, so we're gonna rotate it. Oh, that's cool. Okay. And that is this, just to make sure that is this, right? That is that. Okay. Looks nice, thank you. Oh shit. Well, this doesn't actually matter. It's just a square, so does not matter. Does not matter. What we could try for right now on this cool pointlightshadows.comp is just not testing any sphere. Just don't test any spheres and just draw everything. Even if it's going to be incredibly slow. Oh shit. It's not working. Oh, I didn't put this on. Shit. Okay, maybe we're not gonna get this done today. I thought that we could. Thought that we could. Let's try some bias. No. Yeah, I don't think it's getting drawn correctly. This is the level, right? Yeah. Did I finish initializing this FBO? Is the question. Oh shit. Shouldn't matter though. Shouldn't matter. No. Let's try doing 24 just to be normal with everything else. Oh, it probably has to be before upload instances, but it probably doesn't matter, to be honest. Maybe it does, I don't know. I do initialize the shader, right? I think I do. Cold point light shadow shader. Yeah, I do. I don't know. Might not be able to do this, I guess. We could even try calling the exact code, the cold draw calls shader, just like in case there's something weird going on, because I wrote that pretty fast. Just in case there's something weird, I don't know. No. Yeah, maybe it has to do with how we're sampling it. I don't know. Oh, I still have this bias on. Whoops. No. Yeah. I don't know. I wish there was an easy way to debug, like draw it to the screen or something, but kind of isn't. This doesn't matter. I don't think that matters. Well, maybe it does actually. I don't think it does though. I'm guessing nothing is on it, is on the texture. Maybe I'm missing some of the setup to do this. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing the setup to do this. Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I did, so I'm gonna once I find out, it's gonna be either something really dumb or something that I just didn't know about before now. But yeah. Maybe there's something in the maybe I could turn off the comparison and then just see if it's rendering something. Yeah, I could probably just like turn off the compare mode and then just set it to GL none, and then instead of using the built-in compare mode, just bind it as a cube array and then just try and see what's on it. Okay. Yeah. I could try it the other way around. I could try lpos minus pos. I want to try this first. No. Yeah, it's pretty bright. It's all one. You know what? This compute camera basis might be throwing things since I changed it. I don't know. Doubt it. Doubt it. No. Something else. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I should probably just call it. Maybe I'm kind of tired and this doesn't really want to work, so Oh, wait a sec. No, yeah. 6 times I plus j would put it at 1. It would put it at 1, you know. When I render to cube map face over here, what do I do differently? Nothing. Nothing differently. No, yeah. This should only be clear buffer bit. Let's make this only 2. Maybe there's some limit or something. Why'd it go dark? Oh, did I put this at 1 and it... Why is everyone in the cluster for this? They shouldn't even be in the cluster for this. Weird. Yeah. I wonder why at 0 it goes dark. That's so weird. I guess because it never gets cleared, right? It never gets cleared. So that does make sense then. Because if we clear it to 0, then it probably... Yeah. Yeah. Just see if there's something that I'm missing. Apparently you can use frame buffer texture instead of texture 3D. Apparently you can use it doesn't matter though. I don't think that it matters. Apparently you can just do this. I don't think that it matters though. Oh well. I'll have to figure this out, I think, at some other time. Probably. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer, but I got a lot of stuff done today. I got multi-draw indirect done, which is something that I kind of never thought that I'd do or want to do, but it's cool to have it. It is kind of crazy, but it does lock us to 460, which I don't really like. Which, you know, that sucks. But yeah. We should really bind it as uniform. It's kind of a pain to do, but I should really just bind it as uniform. Just like that. Because What is it called? Why is it not coming up? There it is. That's what it is. And then it's one. What? Oh. That way we can be absolutely sure. I know we put the GL finish here, but that way we can be absolutely sure that it's working, you know? Yeah. Although I didn't change it to it isn't shadow array, right? No. I didn't think maybe it was how we're binding it. You know, I didn't consider that. So maybe it's that as well. Not that either. Honestly, I'd be interested to see if I could just sample fucking the skybox. I don't know. Just to see. Like maybe this is like a really stupid test, but oh, well, we already have it actually. We already fucking have it. So I wonder if this texture 9 is used anywhere else, and that's why it's fucked. I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a stupid test, but maybe just to see if the sampling is completely fucked, but that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. Never seen anything like that before. Anyway, that proves that I'm not crazy. There's just nothing on that fucking... There's nothing on the fucking thing. But yeah, also our cluster culling is incorrect, but whatever. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to figure this out today, to be honest. My brain is pretty fucking fried from all of this. My brain is pretty fucking fried. Yeah, it's annoying to see that the cluster culling isn't actually doing anything, which is fucking annoying. Or maybe the cluster culling is... Maybe the cluster count is including the directional light. I didn't actually think about this. I didn't actually do... I didn't actually do that. I don't know if 0 is directional. I have to check. Yeah. So now let me test. Let me do the test that we were doing before. No, it's still, everything still is. Well, I have to figure that out too. Okay. I guess I'm giving up. I will figure this out tomorrow. I just need to kind of clear my... It reminds you of Ultra Kill? Yeah, I like Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill is cool. Yeah, it's just completely... It's just not drawing onto the frame buffer, onto the point light shadow frame, but you know, I don't know. I need to take a mental kind of reset, and I'll probably come back later tonight and take a look at it again. But I think it was enough of a win today to get the multi-draw indirect working. I think that's a big enough win for me. Now, is it going to be faster than, you know, doing it the other way? I don't know. I wake up tomorrow and it'll be obvious. Yeah, I feel like I'm just so fucking out of it right now. Because, you know, it's just, I'm just tired. Yeah. Alright. Peace out.